live!
Oh,
Hello!
live? Oh, God.
This button, slamming that button, gotta at people, doing my due diligence.
You should add surprise round too. Do it.
Oh, I am.
Good.
Yeah, fuck them.
Fuck 'em.
Yeah. I'm also gonna send this picture of Noctua with the camera photoshopped on top of her head to them specifically.
Yeah. Get that waifu dash in, my man.
It's going around. There we go. Hello, everyone in chat. How's it going? I hope you're having a good time. If you'll notice, the music's very different because things are going to be a little different for this arc. I like to think for every single chapter that we're going to strike a different tone, we're going to see a different group of people, and we're going to see something a little different from the city each time. So, the fun part of this one is, first of all, Deadler Zero, thank you for the sub. Seriously, any subs you got, anything you throw towards the show helps out tremendously. Like, it literally is what I use the money to get pogs. Like, you see how many fucking pogs are on screen? That is literally what the money turns into, so thank you so much. AJ Wall, thank you for the sub. Captain Esteros, thank you for the sub, and Kari Space Queen, thank you for the sub. We're gonna give it, like, I think 2 minutes, and then we're just gonna hop straight in.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, everyone.
Nice and well, thank you. Yeah, like, but yeah, the tone and the vibe of this one should be a little different. And here's the thing, I don't know what it is yet. We're gonna see together. I'm just gonna throw you a bunch of fun stuff, and we're gonna basically stitch it together on our own. This first session 0 is going to be a unique one. It's going to be mostly focused on a single NPC because she works as a good through line for everyone. That does not mean it's only going to be focused on her, though. Everyone else is still going to get plenty of scenes, and we're going to do lots of cutaways. But, just coincidentally for this time, she works as a good thing to attach the camera to. So yeah, thank you for all of the subs, everybody. Ane, Gang, I Phoenix, Blazing Regent, and Magic O'Fane. Thank you. Yeah, this is basically a prequel session for Chapter 2. I don't think it'll be necessary, but it is here to sort of help housekeep, so that when we hit Chapter 2 proper, everyone will know exactly what's happening, and we can just get in it very fast. So yeah. Blinkmore also, thank you for the sub. Oh my god, Dark Wolf Eyes, thank you for all of the subs. You guys are the best.
Holy crap, thank you.
And Kari Space.
Yeah, let's start introducing folks though.
Yes, from the top, Carl, go.
Hi, I'm Carl. You can find me here. I have nothing else to show. Bye.
Hi, I'm William. You can find me on Surprise Run RPG because I run Evan Ward, and yeah.
Hey, I'm Christian. I play Teach, and I got my own Patreon for 13th God. Go support that if you want to see that, or JoJo content coming up.
It's my turn, right? Yeah. Hi, I'm Roma, and I do art, and you should subscribe to my Patreon to see it early. Smiley face emoji. Do it.
Hey, it's me, J-Man. I do shit here. Fucking join the official Stabbyness Discord. We got a lot of good stuff there, and while you're there, you can check out the Patreon. If you're at the $9 a month tier, you see a bunch of content early and also get access to our secret Patreon chat. And on top of that, access to the World Anvil, which right now we are in the middle of giving a fucking massive update to. So there'll be a ton of content there. So you can see that over on the Windrose Everlasting Patreon.
Yes, indeed. Hi, I'm Jay. I'm the GM for this. J-Man and Masker are my co-GMs. Everybody else is a player. I have been uploading to the Windrose Everlasting Patreon a series called Echoing Bonds, which is very good, focused on Noctua's backstory, more or less. And we are also starting to upload mini-RPs for Chapter 2, the most recent of which is focused on Delilah. And if you like her, go check it out, please. It is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Me go? My go?
Your go.
Hello. I'm Wandering Mask. I'm a co-GM over here. I do a bunch of art. You can support me on Ko-fi over at Christopher King. Hope you all have a good evening.
Okay. Well. Let's talk about what's happening right now.
I'm scared.
Teach!
Oh, hey, yeah.
That's you.
Oh.
You remember it vividly. Sometimes. It fades in and out. Hazy memories that exist of a time just... When was it? Oh yeah. The empty night. A lot of people seem to struggle with these hours. They seem to be blanks that shuffle about and hide behind bigger or more vibrant memories. For you, they fade in, they fade out, but you remember moments of it. You remember when the fighting started outside the university. You made it back. You got clocked with a brick or something. You remember feeling the blood rushing down the side of your head. Braced against a chair, you talked with your other university professors. Daringway gave the order. He walked forward, and he told you that he'd be locking the gates. He didn't want the fighting to spread. He didn't want it to touch the university, and he didn't want it to impact the kids. He requested that the professors that could come along with him. In his own words, he was frightened. You hung back in the break room, and bit by bit, you nursed your wound, and you let time sort of take its course. The seconds felt like hours, but you wanted to show a strong face for all the kids out there, all the ones who were taking refuge in the university. But something struck the side of your head. Your students were certainly safe, but there was one who wasn't. That's right. She's still over in Seaside, isn't she? A name crosses your mind. Illyria Testudo. But even that is quickly scrapped out. She wasn't your student, not for years. There's someone else out there. There's someone else out in Seaside that you had to get to, that you had to see. You focused as best you could, you bore the pain, and you decided to stumble out through the woods. You took a back path, one that no one else knew. Teach, your vision blurs again, like an ugly scar. You stumble through the woods. This ephemeral, dreamlike landscape falling away in front of you. You continue to travel past, and in front of you, you see someone recognizable. Adorned by some sort of cryptic rune, she sits in a boat in a place that seems familiar yet distant. You've been here once, right?
Yeah, I have, haven't I? Teach takes steps, clutching a brick wound on the back of the head, walking through time that feels wrong instinctually, yet she feels physically at the empty night, and yet there's this name here in her head, and she calls out this strange symbolism, this strange stuff going on. She still calls out for the name, Noctua?
You say that as you approach, and you look at the champion of Noctua, your friend. That's right, you had to get to the other side of the woods. You had to get to... protect her? Still seems wrong. Seems like a mismatch. Noctua gets into trouble, yeah, sure, but it's not the trouble that you're trying to protect her from. You look a little closer at her, and... yeah, what's sitting in front of you actually isn't the champion of Noctua at all. That appears to be what is maybe a 2 or 3 foot tall plush toy. It's very... from a distance, yeah, no, that's the shape of your friend, but as you approach, no, that's just a big plushie. Honestly, a weird part of your mind spikes. You feel a strange amount of joy spread throughout the landscape. You get the feeling if Noctua knew she had merchandise, she'd be at least a little pleased about that fact.
Teach kind of at least nods her head at that. Yeah, that would... I should try to take this to her at some point. She kind of says, and then she kind of clicks on something. No, wait, she wasn't here then. Now, who is? Teach kind of approaches a little closer, and kind of pokes at the side of this Noctua plush.
You poke at the side of the Noctua plush. It sits there as a plush would.
Teach stops a bit, and then, hey.
It sits
What?
there. You talk to the doll.
She tries to talk to it a little bit and then kind of thinks a little bit more and is like, no, wait, this isn't right. Where's hey, stay here. She pats the doll on the shoulder and then she keeps running, moving, following deeper into the woods, trying to think if there's any name that she could remember or anything.
You
She's
run.
got to go to Seaside.
You run deeper and deeper into the woods, and the storm grows more and more fierce. It almost feels like you're running through water sideways at a certain point. And you punch through it, and your hands almost reach forward, a sprint turning into a swim, and you manage to pull yourself up and out. You find yourself on a beach. You manage to drag yourself up and out, and someone's holding your hand. She drags you forward, smiling sweetly at you as she pulls you from the blood-red waters.
Teach walks out of the waters like, Arch?
She nods and puts a finger to her lips and then leads you forward very, very closely.
Oh no, I don't want to talk to that.
Arch strokes the back of your hand very calmingly, as if it's okay. Someone sits in the chair, thinking to themselves. They look back at you and seem to recognize your fear, your recognition for a second, and recoil. They try to open their mouths to enunciate a name, but the words seem to die in their throats along with their identity. They look down. Arch takes a step forward and then calmly sits down on the rug. Teach, how do you interact with this creature?
Teach is kind of concerned everything around the blood, and she kind of speaks out. She doesn't even know who she's talking to here, if she means this for Arch or means it for the being on the other side sitting in the chair. But she at least speaks out. It's dangerous here. We should leave. We should go back to the university. It's okay there.
You try to say that to this person, but they look down and they shake their heads. They seem determined to go elsewhere. There's something that they have to do that was so damn important, that outlived even the definition of their form, even their name. This purpose that drove them onwards took them away from you and deeper into danger. It's not something you could have protected them from, as much as you wanted to try. And you look at them. You look at the results of where this path took them, and a pit settles deep, deep in your stomach. And just like that, your eyes slowly drift open, Teach. You look around your room. Two glittering eyes look back at you.
Teach looks up, sweating, and then stares directly at Arch, and reaches her hand out a bit to the side. And
Arch is holding your hand.
Okay, good. She kind of turns over, and for a moment she sees Arch there and just realizes where she is, and she just kind of like curls up a bit more on the bed, grabs a pillow, and just kind of holds on to it, and presses her face up against it, and just starts sniffling a little bit. What? Hey.
Hi, how are you feeling?
How am I feeling? Is there anything off besides the dream?
I think the dream did a good job of communicating everything that is wrong.
Mm-hmm. Bad dream. Bad memories.
She pats your hand and then doesn't say much else, and door cracks open and someone actually comes through. Oh, you're awake. Crap, hold on. Looks back outside. You hear discussion in the other room. Actually, warm talking. And, a few people come back in. You look around and you see all of your blue friends that you've collected.
Ah, my blue friends, I would never abandon them.
How unusual this scenario seems to actually settle
Yeah.
in a little bit, and it almost feels dreamlike for a second until you feel that tactile sensation run across the back of your hand again. And no, you're definitely awake. This is very much the real world. Song walks over and sits down. Yeah, I hope you don't mind. I called a little help. It's been a while since this has happened, huh?
She kind of sighs out a bit and then kind of scoots up on the bed a little bit and just kind of sits up so she can look at everyone around. Oh, yeah, I guess it has been. Hey, thank you.
Arch just nods.
How long have I been out? What even happened? I'm kind of blanking.
I got the call around, he thinks back, must have been like 10:30. You said you needed some help, it was important. Came back here and I found you sleeping. You remember anything of the day before at all?
She tries to think back.
You kind of do. It was just a everyday, average, just go to school, go to work. You got sent back to Kazuya's house. It was more just like, honestly, you had to tolerate him for a little bit, and like, him going on and rhapsodizing about the gardens and this and that sort of stretches almost like an image artifacting in your mind. That time seems to sort of stretch onwards, and you're back here. You remember leaving Kazuya's, and you can kind of remember coming home too. And you made it inside. You locked the door, and the only reason these people here are because Song has a key to your fucking apartment.
Yeah, a normal day, I guess, nothing special. She tries to piece that together. That day sounds like a lot, but specifically adding Kazuya in there reminds her of the other time that, like, is this memories from session 0, or is this like memories from,
So,
like,
to describe this, you've good deduction of cryptic bullshit. So teach. Your dreams of the empty night come and go. You have that flaw from crossing the lines after all. Now here's the thing. Those exist, but the ones that you saw in session 0 appear to be more vibrant and surreal in the way that this dream seems to match up with. You do also hallucinate occasionally, and those do tend to come in a state where you're sort of drifting in the realm between awake and asleep, but it doesn't make sense. You look around and the windows are completely overcast. It's storming. That doesn't actually match with when your old wound acts up.
She can kind of feel that stuff sometimes, but it's still, she kind of thinks of it. Yeah, just talked with Kazuya a bit, and that from there it kind of seems to stretch off, like peeling forward. And I guess I called you and just needed, maybe I knew it was coming again, I guess. I don't know.
Song looks down and he thinks, yeah, I hope you don't mind I called 2 of your other friends, like,
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Noctua.
Got a nice welcoming party, huh?
Noctua looks a little worried. She looks up, but seems mostly to be parsing the situation. Song filled her in while she was in the other room. She looks over at you. You seemed conscious for a moment or two. You gave me a pat on the shoulder and then told me that you would be back for me. You remember back to the Noctua plush.
Yeah, she's like, oh right. I'm I I was dreaming. At one point, I saw you you were a big plushie on the boat. She kind of thinks back to that boat and that spot, and a few other memories start filtering into her head. And she kind of stops a moment, and is like, yeah, I thought you'd find it really cool that you had merchandise, so I was gonna come back and grab the plushie so I could bring it to you. It's really, yeah. she kind of stops a bit. I know I've asked this before. She kind of turns over to Song. Do you know where I went on the empty night?
Song shakes his head. No, well, he crosses his legs and like cracks his neck back and forth. Yeah, me and the other professors, along with Daringway, we got to the main gate. We shut it off, and we closed up the bridge. Entire university becomes a damn fortress if you do something like that. According to Daringway, something of a coward's move, since the IPD and Riviera were fighting out front. We were supposed to be their escape route, but we cut them off. Daringway didn't want the fighting near the kids. Song looks down. I agreed with that decision, so I didn't question it. By the time we got back, you were gone.
I think I remembered a little bit. Someone seaside, and then that's it. And I don't remember what their name is, but they left, and I couldn't get them to come back, and then I guess they never did come back.
There's a quiet that settles over the room when you say that. No one can contradict it, because it's one of those things that any contradiction would sound completely hollow. How can you state with absolute certainty that one forgotten certainly did not exist, when they seem to have formed such a root in your head? It would almost seem rude to the still grieving Teach to speak up and say, you should let them go or relax. So instead, your friends simply sit there in silence for a moment.
She kind of feels that, and then just gets that. This tastes like roots on the dirt. This is bitter and awful, and I hate this. I mean, dreams are dreams. It's cool. I obviously, thanks for stopping by and helping out. I mean,
yeah, of course, yeah. Literally any time.
Yeah. She kind of stops and just plops her head back on the pillow a bit, and then realizes she screwed up a bit, so she kind of just bangs the back of her head on the wood part of her bed and just kind of hits up again. Ow.
Arch pats your head immediately.
Thank you. Oh. Hey. Yeah. I think I should be fine. I mean, I just... She kind of just sits there a moment. You know, I think I'm feeling a lot better this time. Maybe just because just feel real touched. Thank you, guys.
Song stands up. Yeah, don't mention it. I'm making some tea in the other room if you want it.
I was just about to ask if everyone would like some tea, but if you've already got it going, okay.
Noctua nods. I brought the stuff over from the other night.
Oh yeah, that was really good. Oh.
She sort of walks away a little bit.
Hmm.
I hope you have a good night. I should probably get going back to my apartment now. She thinks on that a little bit.
Do you wanna, or do you have to, or?
I should sooner rather than later. But I'm working over at the tap house later tomorrow. She tilts her head slightly. If you want to meet up then, I'd honestly love to talk about things.
No, let's do that then.
Okay. She smiles at you very lightly and walks forward and slowly closes the door behind her. Arch is just quietly sitting with you.
Mm-hmm. Teach kind of scoots up again, and then she also moves up and just kind of pats Arch's head a bit.
Oh.
You were very nice to me in that dream. I think I could, you could feel your presence even there.
She smiles back. Don't worry about it. She looks a little bit more closely at you, those eyes glittering in the dark. I am so curious about where you went.
She kind of sighs a bit, and yeah.
No, you're good. Keep going.
She takes. I don't imagine she has her glasses on right now. Actually, so she was laying in bed. She kind of scoots over to the side and plants the side of her head against the pillow. Yeah, it sounds like it'd be right up your alley. You pulled me out of like a big blood ocean, and there are all these eyes and stuff. And this super like featureless thing in a chair, and
you go on and on and on, and you recount the details of this dream to Arch. Normally, this is the part where we would follow Teach. However, we're going elsewhere.
Yay! What a surprise scene! Thank you. I almost cried.
Oh no, I wanted to make shit strange.
Bro, empty night, first thing.
Immediately.
Jesus, dude.
I've gotta find.
That was so cool. What did you?
It was.
What the fuck?
Don't worry about it. I need to find audio very quickly. Because I realize I don't have this. Oh, I do have it. Nope, we're fine. Never mind. Okay. So. You, I guess I say you, but, in this case, we follow Noctua. She walks out, starts to cross the city through this big open storm. There's still shockingly people out, even at this time, even in this weather. Indigo is still a somewhat lively city, especially in the area around the university. This place is the exact site of that fight on the empty night. This area right here is the, J-Man, you might need to... Oh, bad news about the GIF. Is it working?
It's lagging the track.
Lagging the track, yeah.
Oh,
For me, the GIF is what's lagging.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me...
Everything's fine on mine, but yeah.
You can just turn off the animation and it'll fix itself.
Let me see. Animation pause. Does that fix it?
Yep.
Okay. If the music ain't shitting itself no more, that's fine. So, you guys, yeah. You look and you see the area of that fight on the empty night. The gate that was closed and the place where the Deltano family was actually cut off from their only means of escape. Casualties amongst the Deltano were high. The not expressed bloodshed, but they were taken in by the IPD, and many faced exile as if they were members of the IPD. It was a rather gruesome sight that holds a unique place in this city's history that seems to surface around tonight. Noctua walks past, traveling towards her apartment building. Every step sending a clack up through the rain. And as she rounds the corner, something happens. Suddenly, a figure steps out from behind it, dressed in garb that is mostly reserved for Riviera. And without a word, he produces a bat and a few more people come out from around the corner.
What?
He's gonna take a step forward and take a swing. So. Oh boy.
Why are you attacking her? No.
Get rid of this, and then go layer. Okay. Let's get you up here. Okay. Taking a step forward. We're doing this, and then we will go for that.
Don't worry, Noctua, you always roll great. You got this.
You got this.
Oh, that's
Okay. Shockingly, Noctua takes a step back, and this person swings their weapon down, hits the ground, and sends up like a layer of rock and pavement. She takes a step backwards and addresses them, and they continue to bear down on her position. These three over here seem to make eye contact with her, and then silently move backwards.
Yeah.
As if disengaging. Noctua puts her hands up. Okay. Well, it seems like you're not interested in communication then. She takes a step back, and then, cracking individual fingers, she takes a step past. I'm moving past you. This one, similarly, is going to roll at her. Okay.
Text feed.
This is the most powerful one. Noctua rolls. Okay. So, as she insists on moving past these Riviera grunts, this one arcs his hand back and gets ready for a punch. And, something stops him, actually. Almost catching his elbow, someone that they didn't notice walked into the scene, witnessing all of this. Cassius, you prevent the attack.
What the heck? I've been accosted.
Ooh, Cassius, I erased you.
Killed him.
Let me grab you again.
Let me Thanos snap you.
I'm
Oh God, he's become tall.
I'm already tall.
There you go. Okay. You basically prevent the attack, and Noctua looks back at you. Cassius, hey. She kind of waves.
Hey, Noctua, there's no need for none of this, guys.
What
The
do you
guy-
think you's doing getting in our private business?
What do you think you're doing attacking my roommate?
This guy turns around and looks back at you. Look, okay. We don't have any business with you, Cassius.
Nobody ever does.
Listen, just back off. We're here to make sure that the champion of Noctua just looks back at her. She looks back over to you.
Just what?
Has some trouble walking the dark and dangerous streets tonight.
If you're intending to make this city any more dangerous than it already is, then I'm just gonna have to. And he just puts himself even more between them and Noctua.
Okay, give me a roll to die. We're gonna start this thing officially.
Okay, I need to get the
It gets to
character
drop.
sheet open.
Yeah, so you can, at the very top, hit roll to do and roll to die. It'll let you
Oh,
basically
bonkers.
play using the API entirely.
Roll to die.
So, pick which one you're locking in.
Lock in. Do I click it?
Yes, you just click it. Excellent. Okay. They're gonna go. Let's go roll to die. Tax evading thug. You're going red. Going blue. And you're going yellow. So, they all assume their various positions. This one's going to run around this way, going for an ambush. Yeah, he's gonna sneak around and he's gonna get you with his bat. Tax evading thug, go. That's you, Mask.
Oh, am I? Fantastic. Despite my accent, I am in fact the leader of these police. I learned at a tax evasion school. Where is it? Which oh, I see. He's on the map.
He's on the map layer. Yeah, sorry.
No, that's excellent. Which one is he? I'm so sorry.
Red one. Do you want me to roll for him?
He just roll to do?
Yeah, roll to do.
Let's do it.
There
He's
you
gonna
go.
try and hit you with some of falsified tax forms.
I mean, that's allowed.
Give me a roll to die, Cassius.
He can hit me. That's allowed.
Okay, so this Mask says he's hitting you with falsified tax forms. That comes in the form of a punch. They're wadded up in his hand. Cassius,
Anything can be a fist if you put the fist around it.
Cassius, you're hit in the face. You go sort of spiraling backwards. That is going to be a solid. Oh boy, I believe that is. Yeah, that's 3 damage.
My health, and I have how much of it now? I haven't spent any of my new points, so
you're at 22 now. You were at 25, I believe.
I just meant my total HP.
Oh yeah, 22 out of 25. There you go. So what you call it? This Noctua's gonna take a step forward, and she's gonna reach back, and then something strange happens. She reaches back and tries to manifest something out of thin air, but for some reason it isn't clicking. Something about the city has changed. As this storm grows thicker and deeper, it seems like she can't quite grasp what she's supposed to do in this situation. She reels back, but the arrow isn't formed. Nothing's made. She snaps her fingers, and she can't remember how. For the duration of this session, no gifts are active. None of them work. All of them have been disabled. This includes every PC and every NPC, with the exception of one person. Cassius, your gifts still work fine.
Yay! I'm fucking scared, guys!
Noctua, this guy's gonna try to react. Yeah, so, almost nimbly, the tax evading thug dives backwards. Noctua trying to create something and then just taking a swing at him, trying to, like, push him out of the way and get past. He moves out of the way.
I ain't never been gifted at nothing. I got a natural born advantage.
This one's gonna take a step forward and take a swing at Noctua. This is a clash. Okay.
Oh, thank God.
So, Rowdy Thug dives forward and tries to actively whack Noctua with what appears to be the equivalent of, like, it's pretty much just a stick. She guides his attack to the side and lets him fall, letting the billy club hit the ground. The man trips and slides in the slick rain, sort of like making a fool of himself as he slides away. Cassius, it's your go.
So we're just gonna walk away, right?
I don't want to beat them up.
Yeah, neither do I. I'm sure
We
this
ain't
is just-
giving you a choice, wait.
If you go past this guy, I'll... Cassius just starts engaging this guy so that Noctua can go around.
That makes sense. Okay. Everybody drop swing and go again. Okay.
I have changed my jacket.
Noctua's feeling fucking ripped about this. Yeah,
This guy has like a bunch of...
This
He's got
guy's
a bunch of papers,
This
right?
guy's got a bunch of papers wadded up in his fist. He's punching you. Noctua is gonna walk forward and try to move past him. And as she does, she's gonna try to trip him. Yeah, roll to die versus that.
Unfair! Uncouth! I'm being accosted!
Noctua moves past, and sticking out her prosthetic, she trips this man, and he just impacts the ground, whack. And she motions, okay, Cassius, come on. You move forwards, and as you do, you see somebody sort of moving towards you. A shape amidst the darkness, and one that you honestly expected at this time. This Tempest grunt actually moves forward. Sorry, hold on, hold still. He puts up his hands. Just, hang out here a sec. Yeah, they're over here! A call comes out, and more start to come in. They move
is
it.
pulling Noctua over this way a little bit.
You pull her in that direction, and they move in, and you expect them to like quickly surround these goons, but they actually seem to mostly be bearing down on you.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Like, expecting them to fight with us, never.
Yeah, they stop and look at you. Sorry, somebody called in a report. It said the champion of Noctua was fighting civilians.
No, the champion of Noctua was getting attacked by mob.
They look down and around, and
That guy looks kind of attacked.
This guy is like basically like looking at the situation.
That guy tripped on his own feet.
Yeah. Looking around at the situation, they quickly move throughout, check on everybody's wounds. There are 2 unconscious people around here, and then this guy moves over here. Comes back supporting this one. Huh. 3 knocked out people, okay.
3? Did that guy just hit his head on the fucking ground?
He like looks over you. You serious? Like, and you look down at the man, and he appears to have a wound, like, up on his face. It seems to connect up and over to his nose and, like, go down a little bit. And, Cassius, give me a detective roll.
Okay. So, I would need to drop my swing for that, right? Because that's my blue.
Yes, you would need to drop your swing, and then you can, you basically do roll to do and using blue.
Oh, I hit the wrong button. Roll to do. Swing blue.
Yep.
The new API is so cool.
There you go. Yeah, it's great. Thank you so much, Ozark. This is great. So, let me see. Die for this one. Okay. So you take a look at this. Oh boy, that's fun. Okay. You take a look at this this knocked out thug, and for a second, you have this impulse of, obviously the Tempest Guard knocked him out. Like, they want to get rid of troublemakers. They want to make sure that this district is secure and all that fun stuff. But looking closer, the wound seems far too intentional and honestly a little... It doesn't match up with the weapons Tempest carries. Cassius, looking closer, you see almost bruising to begin to develop around it. It appears that wound was made by brass knuckles.
Great, you're being framed. Okay. Well... It's pretty clear that one was injured by brass knuckles, and you can see that she's not holding those.
She holds up her hands, and then, like, completely releases them. That one wasn't... Huh. He walks over to you, Cassius. You carrying any weapons on you?
He lifts up his jacket, and there's, like, a sword. And 2 guns.
Noctua looks at you for a second. Wow. Okay. Well, none of them are wounds like that, so please allow us to leave. The Tempest Grunt looks up and around. Okay. Where are you at currently? We might need to follow up.
Where were you heading, Noctua?
She wants to save the apartment so badly. She like screws up. This is not our fault. We ran into trouble.
If you want, I can give you the card for my detective agency, and you can have us investigate it for you.
Ha! Looks like trouble ran into you.
You're unconscious.
I'm doing a different accent. This
Shut
is a
up.
Tempest card.
He takes a step forward and holds out his hand.
I hand him one of the detective agency's business cards.
Looks down at it. Okay, yeah, we'll follow up with you then. Kind of waves. Goes about collecting them. Noctua grabs your arm. Come on, let's go.
Cassius was like also about to grab her arm and be like, let's go.
You two go
Man.
off.
We never get to do anything.
You two go off into the night. Yeah.
Noctua, have you been getting attacked frequently?
You make it inside and start to like shake yourself off a little bit.
Takes the jacket off, kind of like pats it down.
Noctua wrings out her hair. She looks around, sort of shakes her head a little bit. I do to a certain extent believe I brought this on myself, but
How so?
she starts to walk inside. You realize this is the first time you've seen Noctua since since Vales and you visiting her after the fact.
God.
Yeah,
So this is the first time I've seen her outside the hospital room in like a
you
week.
sure have.
Noctua, did you get discharged today?
I was actually discharged yesterday. I had a very
Didn't come
busy-
home?
Yeah. She looks down. Can we go back to my room?
Yes, actually. He smiles like really big, and it's like, you know, it's pretty somber because it's like raining and they just got attacked. But she says that, and he gets this big kind of doofy smile on his face. He's like, "We actually have a surprise for you."
She grins and tilts her head. You guys come up and over, and you go into Noctua's room. So the characters are here. They are. Okay, excellent. She looks around and then almost immediately, oh my god.
I will say, remember when we asked you if hypothetically you would be okay with a roommate, and you said, "Yeah, I wouldn't mind." Well, that wasn't a hypothetical. You do have a roommate.
Who are they? That's okay. I can share space.
Aza.
That's okay. That's okay.
She's hanging out in the boat. He points to the boat that's full of pillows. That's yeah.
You look around the room, and it appears that Aza isn't here currently.
Yeah, he mostly meant that like that's where she's sleeping.
Noctua quickly scoots her expensive ass wine shelf.
Yeah, I didn't mean to ask. Do you collect wine?
Not intentionally.
Oh, okay. I just didn't expect it, so when I found literally like 5 bottles of wine, really expensive wine, I was like, oh.
She looks around and thinks, well, I feel like I owe you an explanation for what just happened.
I mean, I can make some guesses if you want.
You are a detective. She nods. Yes, go ahead.
Well, you are the champion of Noctua.
Yes.
People seem to have beef with that for some reason. Also, you're not really affiliated with a faction right now, right?
She shakes her head.
That was one of the reasons I was kind of apprehensive about sending you to the Testudo clinic, because I didn't want them to be like, well, now you owe us, you gotta work for us, or whatever, because you're, unfortunately, a pretty strong individual. People will want to take advantage of that.
She nods along. Your deductions are actually spot on. That's been more or less my situation over the last few days. I did get into trouble with Tempest the other night.
Well, don't go stirring up trouble with Tempest.
They, She kind of clenches her fists. They,
In theory, they're the only reason we get to live here, technically.
Really?
Well, because this is Tempest territory, the Iris family haven't come around and broken all of our windows yet.
Oh.
I'm working on it.
She screws herself up, builds some courage. Tempest has been, I don't know, they've been arresting people or kidnapping them. I don't know what.
Yeah, I know that they've been on some shady stuff. back last month, I heard them talking about fulfilling a quota, which is never good to hear from a military organization.
That's what I was trying to stop. She gets a little more emphatic. It's what Beretta was trying to stop, you know, before. Yeah.
So what all do you... I know you just got out of the hospital. What all have you heard about the Beretta situation?
She looks down. I was in the clinic they brought her into.
They brought her in?
She nods. They apparently brought in her body. And they left it at the end of the hallway that I was staying in.
His eye goes kind of wide.
She looks down and like starts to like shake a little bit. I couldn't see her at the time. Apparently she was right there.
Oh God. I'm so sorry, Noctua. I don't know if that makes this worse or better. I thought I was gonna have to be the one that told you she was dead.
Cassius, we're gonna do a flashback for you. Right here, right now. What did it look like when you found out? Cassius, it's the day after the Deltano party. And you're helping Dodge. You're helping Dodge actually with the animals. There's a dog that's taken actually quite a liking to you. So when he needs the help, Dodge calls you over. You remember it pretty clearly. Walking out of the apartment, Dodge kind of stops. You think we're gonna pick up the Pietro case?
The Pietro case?
Yeah, the Pietro case. Did you, crap, yeah, you were, sorry, I realized.
Was doing paperwork this morning. Did something happen?
Yeah, the entire Pietro family disappeared.
His eye goes wide. He goes, "What?"
Yeah, just gone. Yeah, apparently they fled last night. William and Beretta both just gone.
So they're missing?
Yeah, I think so. Oh god, like I've heard some rumors related to it. God, I thought you knew. I'm so sorry.
No. This is okay. He's like, you can see him trying to put stuff together in his bed. He's like, there's a fast way for me to figure this out.
Right, that thing you do.
Yeah, he points at Dodge.
Yeah, he puts up his hands. Yeah, that's an easy way to solve the case, I guess.
Theoretically, there should be a link between you and Beretta that I can just follow.
Nice and easy. He holds out his hand, smiling.
I will roll to die.
Yep. You know the deal.
Then roll to suffer.
Yes. Okay. You got your roll to die. That's 4 damage.
4 damage. Okay, so Cassius, his eye like dilates and then goes back to normal, and he's looking at Dodge, and Dodge kind of sees him start, almost like he's looking for a book on a bookshelf.
Yeah.
But he's like looking at like stuff that isn't there, and he's got his like fingers like pointing, and he kind of starts circling Dodge. And then he does this a couple of times, and he's getting more frantic as he goes around, and he's like, and then after a second he pauses and he covers the lower half of his face with his mouth. And he's standing there and he's like obviously thinking like really hard, like he's putting it together. Were you and Beretta particularly close? Like Cassius can see, I just looked through all of his strings effectively. There are ones for like the other floodlights, right?
Yeah. No, there's one for every other floodlight, but as you look around,
for all the detectives and stuff.
Yep, there are ties from Dodge to people that he certainly knows less than Beretta, and you go through again and again. This has to be wrong, right? This has got to be wrong. You go around.
And Beretta, he just starts doing another loop around Dodge. He's like, you and Beretta were like, you got. I wouldn't say you were close, but like you. Like, how would you describe your relationship with Beretta?
like acquaintances, like, I don't know, somebody I wanted to get to know better, but yeah.
So you want to know her better?
Yeah, absolutely.
Then it should be here.
Cassius, as you look closer, there's no string for Beretta. It's just gone.
It should be here. Oh no. Okay,
Yo, Cassius,
yeah?
take a wound for me.
Yeah.
And I want to know which stat you're wounding. Because my favorite part about Cassius is, even though you were just in a quick scuffle earlier, that does not change anything. Having a wounded stat going into that.
It has... Okay, this is bad. It has to be blue.
Sure does. You've never felt this before. The absence of a string. One that was certainly once there.
He's felt it once.
Yep.
And he was sure that Asa died.
Yep. Hey, you okay?
This is really bad. Cassius is like, he makes a face, like, he's covering the lower half of his mouth, or lower half of his face, covering his mouth and stuff, and he kind of looks up at Dodge, and he moves his hand, and he goes, "It's not there."
Oh, like the string?
I mean, it should be there, because I've seen something like this once, and you can tell he's trying to say something, but he can't bring himself to say what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
Maybe I should go check someone who's closer to her, maybe?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Guess I didn't know her as well as I thought. Dodge is clearly getting nervous.
No, I think I think she might be dead, dude.
Kind of like blinks a few times. The casual way that you stated that sort of like.
It's something of like he's like putting his hand on his mouth and he's trying to like
keep it together.
Yeah, like he's not handling this well.
Yeah, you sort of all blurs away from that point. You looked around, you scanned as best you could, and no. Regardless of where you went, there were no ties remaining to Beretta Pietro. It was like she was never there to begin with. Just gone. And you look across the table, and you focus in on the champion of Noctua, who seems to have already accepted this fact, more or less. She quietly nods along.
I was honestly out there looking when I ran into you.
She quietly nods along. Thanks for looking into it.
I think I'm gonna start. I guess I'm gonna stop treating it like I'm looking for a missing person, and I'm gonna start treating it like I'm looking for a body, I guess.
Noctua's entire face screws up for a moment, opens, closes her hand, exhales, as she quickly moves that somewhere else, and she nods. I think that'd be wise.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
She shakes her head. She left a lot of clues and hints near the end that I guess I didn't put together. She was in more trouble than I expected. So, I just didn't wrap my head around it quick enough. I don't think I could have protected her, but... She seems to... Like, some part of Noctua is just not clicking with her.
I guess I figured if something was gonna happen, she would have asked for our help.
Oh boy, she's rolling to die after that. She bites her lip. I think so. Who do you think did it? Was it Tempest? Like, she was
Well,
digging into them. She stops.
I don't think that Tempest. Logically, I don't see why anyone would do this to Beretta because, like, I mean, her dad is William. Like, logically, it makes no sense to mess with her this way. Or, yeah, because, I don't know, I feel like Tempest isn't the one I would have jumped to. I guess the only other thing that happened that night at the exact same time was the stuff with the Testudos, so my assumption was Riviera.
Noctua looks down. Exhales. I don't know who to turn to or who to go after.
I mean, if you want, we can figure it out. That's part of the investigative process.
She quietly nods along. I guess.
People don't go missing in a way I can't find. And people don't die in Indigo.
So I guess I'm trying to find out why she's the exception then.
Yeah.
Noctua offers you a weak smile. And then she's gonna roll to die again. Yeah, no, she drops her swing and seems to get a little upset with herself for a second. Cassius, do you have a second?
Yeah. I mean... Yeah. What's up?
She slowly stands up. Could you follow me somewhere?
Okay.
She starts to walk off.
Okay.
Goes outside. And she starts almost determinedly moving forwards.
Hey, I'm expecting her to go down the stairs. When she comes
No.
up the stairs, he's like,
She goes
oh.
up. And you move up to the upper floor. She walks over to this door, cracks it open, and goes inside. Cassius, you open the door to what you thought was an apartment. And it's a small thing. It's a small, strange thing, but you expected just an abandoned apartment upstairs, but as you crack that door open, there's another staircase. As you move up and in.
Hold on, wait, there's a whole nother floor to my apartment I didn't know about?
Yeah. You walk upstairs and you're like, wait, this feels wrong.
I've been in every room in this apartment. How do I not know about this?
You remember? Yeah. No, you remember going in every single room of this apartment, but no, there's an entire other floor. Noctua moves ahead.
Yo, we can't see it.
Oh, chat can't see it. Hold on. Let me give you a sec. Controlled by all players. There you go. Should be able to now.
Only able to see Cassius. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
That's fine. Completely okay. Okay, you move through. Cassius, you look at this door. That most correctly matches with the apartment that you're aware of, the abandoned one upstairs. Yeah, this is where it was. You look back and around. There's so much ground between you and it. There's so many more doors than you remember.
Oh, I wish I wasn't wounded in my blue. Son of a bitch.
You hear Noctua moving upstairs.
Cassius starts sprinting.
You move to the end of the hallway. There's another staircase.
What in the world is happening?
You move to the next staircase. You go upstairs. Thunk, 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 thunk. You travel up. You manage to catch up to Noctua. She continues moving ahead. You look out. There are windows peering out over the city. The area immediately around you is still wrapped by this same storm, but you recognize that district, and just the same as this hallway, it almost feels like that district, that section of the city, was a place that simply slipped your mind. Noctua walks to the end of the hallway and travels up the final set of stairs.
What in the world is happening right now?
Cassius.
I'm like racking my brain trying to figure out what is happening.
You come out in the middle of the night, storming on all sides to the roof of your apartment. And you cast your gaze around, and you see buildings that you recognize and you know. Residential district, and the further you gaze out, you can see the blurry lights of Hull Street, just pinpricks amidst the storm. Noctua comes back over. The storm is still going, but I deleted the GIF, so it does not make J-Man's computer shit the bed. You come up and out and onto the roof. It's the middle of the night. The entire city is sort of laid out in front of you, and it seems so much bigger than you remember it.
I think that he just comes over here and is like kind of looking out, like squinting.
Yeah. You look out and you see the residential district, one of the places that you actually manage. Just a little bit more Hull Street for you to take care of. Noctua actually motions with her head. Do you want to come under the umbrella? It's kind of wet out here.
Oh yeah, sorry.
You come under the umbrella. Let me swap this over. She looks out across the city. Feels like a lot's changed lately. She looks over to you. Cassius, I've been meaning to ask you this for a while.
Huh?
I can't do anything about what happened to Beretta. All I can do is sort of pick up the pieces. But I do have current and pressing questions still. The people of this city like you a lot. Like a lot. This could be a weird time to ask, but I feel like now more than ever I want to try to understand this place. How do you help people in a way that matters? She kind of looks out and over.
Well, what matters changes based on each person.
Like, what do you mean by that? Like, you need to just do what they want you to do? That seems like she thinks back at what you do.
Need you to do.
Yeah, that sort of matches with what I know of you. You're something of a handyman, right?
Yeah, I do a lot of electrician work and I help repair buildings and stuff sometimes. He says, kind of squinting out over the area again, kind of like...
You know these places. Yeah, you helped in these places.
Like recently?
Yeah, pretty recently. It's just weird.
Why does it feel like I forgot?
She looks over at you. What do you mean?
I just feel like I forgot.
This side of the city?
This part of the city.
She can't really comment on that. This place isn't her home after all. She just looks back at you. I guess even if you've forgotten these places, I don't think they've forgotten you. People actually talk really flatteringly about you pretty much everywhere I go. She sort of smiles sheepishly.
Cassius still reeling from that first thing she said.
She looks over to you. So I wanted to ask you, how do you help this place in a way that matters? Because I feel like Beretta found a way to help it that got her killed. And she takes a step forward and kind of grips the railing a little more tightly. I'm really afraid I'm doing the same thing.
Bretta, I always kind of felt like me and Bretta were on the same page in that way. We were both wanted what was best for the city, and we were both working really hard on it. But it seems like she tried to do it by herself.
She kind of looks down. Is that a problem, really?
Oh yeah, this is a city full of thousands of people. If one person could fix it, I would have fixed it years ago.
She smiles. So...
For me, I just do the things that I can do. I'm not Miss Beretta Pietro, who's talented and good at, like, the big plans. I'm good at doing electrical work, because if I didn't, then half the city would be without power. I'm good at helping people fix their roofs so they don't get wet when they sleep, and helping all of the people make sure that they can live comfortably in the situation that we're in.
She's smiling at you the entire time as you're saying that. I was going to ask you what you could do different that's different than Beretta. I can't really imagine her repairing power lines or fixing a roof, to be honest.
There are not many people in the city that can repair power lines, it turns out, Noctua.
She's smiling again. And that's it? That's really it? Like, it's seriously that simple.
It sounds simple, but, like...
Noctua's totally underestimating you right now.
He can kind of feel it. He's
yeah!
like, I mean, do you have... If I asked you to name all of the apartment buildings in, let's say, all the people living in this apartment building over here with the like, pretty path out front, could you name all those people?
She stops, looks over, and her expression falls again. Number of people I can name in this city, I could probably count between my hands.
Well, what if I told you I knew exactly how many of the apartments were filled, and that one of the couples in that apartment over there is actually expecting twins in a couple of weeks?
She sort of looks over and blinks. So it's not just that they know you. You similarly know them as well.
I do my best. There are a lot of people in the city, Noctua.
She thinks about it.
The names get mixed up sometimes, and it's always really embarrassing when I call someone by someone else's name. But it's like... I know where the people who need my help are, I guess. And I also make sure that everyone who could need my help can ask for it when they need it. He pulls out his second phone.
She sort of like clenches her fist. Part of me wants to do that too. It sounds like a good way to live, honestly. I just, She looks back out, sort of wistfully. I'm going to be honest. This isn't about Beretta.
Oh?
She kind of sags and looks back at you. Gives you a very, very weak smile. Cassius, I don't know how to ask this, but, why don't the people here like me?
Oh. He, like, kind of sags a little bit. Honestly, I don't know. I actually was really confused to see those guys attacking you. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like, you haven't, as far as I know, you haven't done anything. Like, they put up with Tempest, they put up with Iris. Why can't they just let, why can't they just let you live?
She looks out and over. I just want to... Ever since I got this bow, it's been my purpose to be a hero. I'm supposed to help people. I don't know how I'm supposed to help people who don't want to be helped, I guess. It's a selfish...
Well, everyone wants to be helped, it's just who they are helped by. Everyone wants it a different way. Some people want a knight in shining armor to come pick them up off their feet and solve all their problems, and some people want to do it themselves, and you have to really make them think that they are fixing their own problems. Some people want it to be a pretty girl. Some people want it to be an old guy. It's always different.
You start to say this as she looks out, and she shakes her head, and you can see she's trying to focus so hard on the city right now, Cassius. And while she's trying to take a shape of it, she starts to speak. Just, I guess you could say I'm jealous. That's the easiest way to put it. I'm jealous of the fact that this city already has a hero named Cassius, because, I want that to be me. But you can't just walk into a place and do that, can you? Especially when they don't want your help. I want to be, it's like you said, I want to be the person that they want to be helped by. I want to be an unstoppable and unflappable hero that they can turn to, but I don't know anyone here. She points over to the apartment building, and Cassius, you start to see exactly how salient a point you made earlier. The way Noctua sees this place is the only way she can see this place. That of someone who just came to town, who can't comprehend the true shape of this town. People talk again and again about doing what's best for Indigo. This person wants to do that, but doesn't know what Indigo is. And you, taking a look out, realize you do. The city seems so obvious to you. It takes such a blatantly plain shape in front of your eyes that it's simple. You can point to individual strings and gauge the value of the bonds between people. To Noctua, those are simply twisting lights. People that she's trying this hard for, despite the fact that she cannot see them, and another layer beyond, they do not like her. Give me a roll to die. Okay, so do
my
me a
blue is
favor,
ended.
unwound that blue. Do me a favor, unwound that blue, and give me a roll to die. We are going to do what's called a reflective roll right now.
Oh,
I
eyes
want-
emoji.
I want you to use this roll as information to determine the emotional state of your
Team roll, what up?
Okay. So you wounded,
Yeah, notice.
correct?
Yeah, my blue is. We all know what that one is. Well,
So, something weird's gonna happen because your blue was
Of course it is.
wounded when that happened. So... Oh,
and
okay.
blue is gathering information, so it makes sense.
Yeah, I need a hot sec. Oh,
Yay.
boy. So,
Oh, boy.
Cassius, you, I gotta grab an icon from another map I didn't expect to use. It's fine.
Uh-oh. Oh,
So,
no. Oh,
Cassius, do you,
no. Oh, God.
in this second, you hear what Noctua is saying, and for a second, you see someone, honestly, on the verge of tears, so frustrated because, like, her connection to the city just died. And she's trying her fucking best for this place, but she doesn't know this place. She doesn't know the people here. And for a moment, you feel like you actually get her. and you start to respect her a little bit.
Oh,
Like-
I already respected Noctua.
This is something about this seems salient and personal, and as you think back on it, you start to remember a little bit of yourself also amidst that city. Cassius, I'm gonna pan you around the map really quick. Cassius. You remember a frustrating night, punching through the veil. This was years ago. Probably about 5 or 6, if you had to guess.
Oh, so he's looking through the world. He's looking at the world through 2 eyes.
Yeah.
Two
He
very
sure
pretty
is.
very pretty blue eyes.
He is. You were doubled over in pain at the time. Someone patting your back. You remember how fucking angry you were. Just objectively upset, twisted by what had occurred earlier that night. You remember gunshots, you remember yelling, you remember violence. And, the person behind you just pats you on the back, very, very comfortably tells you, it's okay. It's fine. Just don't forget what you're feeling now, okay? That burning sense of justice that's inside you, you kind of shove it down for a bit, but I swear, there'll be some day you can stand out there as to yourself. You can do what you want. You can help people in the way you want, okay? I'm so sorry that they're doing this to you. And
He's just biting his lip.
all of that clicks. And Cassius, you regain that memory as something bitter begins to spread throughout you. How do you react?
I feel like Cassius, he feels that, like, very intense, like, bitter, angry, almost spiteful kind of buildup in his heart. And I think that he kind of blinks twice. And he's like... He, like, internalizes it. That idea of, like, this is something I wanted to remember, I wanted to hold on to, and it's not... It contradicts himself, where he's the kind of person who doesn't want to hold on to anger and, like, spite and, like, those kinds of feelings, but he's just told, pretty much, to remember, and he's just kind of trying to figure out if he's gonna hold on or let go.
Noctua takes a step forward. Hey, are you okay?
Huh?
I kinda saw you fade there for a second. I'm sorry for dragging you out in a storm and asking you all this big stuff.
Oh no, you're okay. You're good. No, you're really good. Yeah, I'm sorry. He's like obviously trying to collect himself. He's like, sorry, yeah, I just was remembering when I was, I guess, frustrated with the city, I guess. Huh. I think and he kind of looks back at her like he's like, all right, I was doing something. And he's like, and he looks back up at her with like a little bit of a start. And he's like, and he's trying to remember what advice he was gonna give her. And he's like, oh God. Oh wow, I'm really fumbling this one.
She lets out a laugh.
I guess I'm not really sure what kind of advice to give, because I mean, I want to be that person too for them. So
She hears that and like lets out an actually peaceful sigh hearing that. Well, if it's any consolation, I think you've more or less figured it out.
I don't know when. I
She-
just kind of went and just started doing. I guess I got lucky. I didn't have this moment of struggle. I just started doing things. I'm sorry that they are making it so hard for you.
She shakes her head actually. If it's that simple then. Yeah, just start doing it.
I mean,
Looks down.
I feel like I had a head start.
She holds out her hand. I think to a certain extent, I think I have my own unique advantages and disadvantages too. She holds out her hand for a handshake. I'm not used to I'm not used to handshakes and hugs. Zyphos, we do something different, but it's way too intense for people down here, I hear.
What is it?
You place your forehead to the other person's forehead and you stare directly into their eyes.
Oh, well, I only have one, so you would have the advantage.
That's true. I've also been told I have a very unsettling stare.
Yeah, same.
She holds out her hand to you.
Cassius will take her hand.
You shake it, and Noctua, for some reason, it seems like her perception of you shifted a lot. She smiles at you. Well, it's actually a huge relief to hear that you, to a certain extent, are still figuring this stuff out as well. You're doing, from what I hear, you're doing a very good job, but at the same time, the concept of a struggle is relieving to someone like me. I'm going to continue to struggle myself.
If it wasn't a struggle, then... I guess if it wasn't a struggle, the city wouldn't be in the state it was in.
She nods. I don't know too much about that, but I don't want to get caught like she did, you know? I don't want that to be me.
I don't want that to be anyone, to be honest.
She nods along and gets a serious expression. Well, shall we look into her death?
He kind of grimaces. He's like, yeah.
And she smiles and sort of walks ahead. It's strange. It seems like Noctua's awfully comfortable right now, and that's a little upsetting in itself. But you know what? It's better than her being heartbroken, I guess, you think for a moment.
Which is definitely what Cassius was expecting.
Cassius, you start to go down and you take one last look out over the city. Those arcing coils connecting everything around you. And for a moment, you start to feel it again. That connection to a place that you want to protect. Really good scene, Roma.
Yeah.
Smiley face
That was
emoji.
really good.
Early in the morning. Delilah.
Miss Deltano.
Miss Deltano.
Mrs. D.
Yes.
Mrs.
Mrs. D.
Do not call her that.
Why not?
Girl, you live in a spaceship?
You wake up. The storm has not let up, but your day is already beginning. You've actually industriously begun cooking already, because you know what kind of a day you have in front of you. It's, Delilah, I'm so sorry, it's been merciless. It has not let up even for a second. So, these moments, when everyone else is still waking up, are your only moments of peace. For you see, Delilah Deltano is currently one of the acting heads of Riviera. She is assuming the role of a lot of paralyzed Testudo subsidiary families who have nowhere else to go, and a bunch of the Iris subsidiary families who are disconnected from their parent group. It's been about a week of this. About the hardest week you've had ever since you took over the family. Well, since the week you took over the family. But you're cooking. Tell me what you're cooking.
Oh, so it's morning, huh? I feel like she is making like a really fancy apple caramel or a caramel apple like pancakes, and probably has some eggs, bacon. This is a full course meal. Obviously it's probably too much, but she is calm when she's cooking. She needs it, and she plans on bringing all of the extras to whoever the hell needs a nice morning pick-me-up.
Oh. You move around, and then abruptly your budding morning is cut short. Knock, knock, knock. Just impact after impact on the door.
Delilah just puts the pan down on the counter and just leans against it for a couple moments and just takes a deep sigh. One thing that you notice is that the apartment is pitch black. The only light is coming from her actual little lantern light. She sighs. Might as well just have hell come to me. That's fine. She opens the door.
You open the door, and almost immediately, you see just an average member of your family coming in. Wait, no. This would be a Testudo, sorry. You see a Testudo family grunt standing at the door. I want to know how bad of a breach of protocol it is that this man is knocking on your apartment door.
I feel like this is a pretty bad thing. Delilah has made it pretty clear that when she is home, to not bother her. You can call her, but don't come to her home.
Don't come to her fucking door. The guy looks back and forth. Hey, sorry to bother you this early in the morning.
Excuse me?
His entire body freezes up. Oh shit, I'm sorry. Oh, he freezes up. He was warned before coming here. Okay. I feel like crap. He scratches the back of his neck. I'm here on behalf of he's looking back and forth. I'm with the Testudo cleanup crew.
Cleanup.
He nods. I'm out of the mask today. He is sweating fucking bullets.
You've already breached protocol. How about you don't waste my time as well?
His entire body freezes up. He looks up. Yeah, yes, ma'am. I was told to inform you that we need your assistance going over the Pietro apartment.
She lowers her fan. Now, why on earth would I be involved in that?
Well, we've been over the Pietro apartment twice already. The entire place has been ransacked. We weren't able to find anything related to their whereabouts, so I was told to bring it to a higher up, and then they told me to bring it to a higher up, and Illyria Testudo is nowhere to be found currently, so...
And she will remain that way. Do not bother her. I'll be ready in a moment.
He looks down like, oh shit, I'm totally getting canned after this.
She takes the large pile of pancakes and quickly makes, she actually has those little styrofoam doggy bags, you know?
Yeah.
Shut, and she makes 6 of them with how much food she has. She puts them in a nice little bag to keep them warm, and comes to the door again with them.
Someone else is at the door when you get back. Entirely different body shape, like, different person.
Yes, dear.
I was, he ran off. I can take you over there if you want.
That would be lovely. Thank you.
Quietly nods and then shifts away. Delilah, you've got a minute or two if you want to clean up, or if you want to bounce now is a good time.
I think Delilah looks over her shoulder and is like about to go clean, but then shakes her head. She's like, ain't like anyone's gonna see it.
Oh boy. So, Delilah, you go out and into the city. It's still the early morning. That storm is picking up. Everything's remained busy for you over the last week, and it doesn't appear to be letting up. Yo, Roma, you here?
Yes, I just got back.
Excellent. So...
Oh, we doing this together?
Yeah.
Or
Here.
wait, never mind. There's a different reason I'm here.
No. Cassius.
Oh, no, okay.
You set about investigating almost immediately.
Yes.
It's pretty quick, actually. Like, Noctua seems to not want to sleep either, so you guys set out. It's early morning, but, like, fuck. Detective work's good at 8 a.m.
I mean, he does it anyway.
Yeah.
It would have been... He might have gotten another hour of sleep before I went to work, so...
You come into Pinion Tower. Okay. So, Noctua walks in front of you. Noctua
Oh god, I
walks...
wasn't emotionally ready for this yet.
Yeah! Noctua walks in front of you. I figured it'd be a good place to start to, investigate the Pietro apartment, you know?
Yeah, I mean...
Last place she was.
You know that's the last place she was? Sounds like the last place she was that we know of is the Testudo Clinic.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. We can investigate there as well. Noctua's getting fired up. She moves a little bit forward.
Luckily, it seems like she spent most of that evening in this place, so... all the crime scenes in one spot.
That's very convenient. Noctua's, like, excited. She moves forward. A man stands at the fucking elevator looking down on you. Oh, hey! Didn't expect to meet you here, huh? Takes a step forward. Wow.
Hi, nice to meet you.
He's like poking around at you for a second. He gets really close. This man's a little bit shorter than you, which means he's a lot shorter than Noctua. Oh, wow.
Sorry.
You totally did lose that eye. Wow.
Do we know each other?
Yeah. Oh, boy. He's. They also said you lost your memory, so this is a little bit frustrating.
So we knew each other before.
Yeah. Come on. Come on. You don't recognize this face? like it's in a little bit.
As he squints at him.
I don't recognize you either, for the record. Noctua says, putting a hand up.
I mean, the last time I would have seen you was about, like, what, 2 years ago?
Yep, empty night. Huh.
Oh, I saw you that. Oh.
Yeah, no, he reaches out a hand and goes to shake both of yours, and Noctua quietly shakes, like, nodding along like, yes, I'm getting good at this. The name's Captain Garai. Used to be with the Tide. Not anymore.
Oh, you used to be with the Tide?
Yeah.
You're not with the Tide anymore?
No, when they started the whole cop thing, I bounced. He takes a step backwards, but it's actually kind of nice to see you again. Oh man, little Cassie's all grown up.
Pauses.
Noctua looks at you. She looks at you intently. Little Cassie?
No, Noctua, don't. Look, I was a very different person back then, apparently. I don't remember. Don't do this to me right
You
now.
do have a vibe of a little Cassie.
No, I do not.
She holds her hands up and then separates her fingers, 100% stoic face. Small bit. Garai walks back over here. Yeah, these days I'm just security. I have a side job as a private investigator, though.
Oh, really? You got like an agency, or are you just doing it like kind of independent?
Independent. The IPD can't boss us around anymore. I can get involved in whatever espionage I want. He looks very proud about that fact. Yeah. No.
Yeah, I remember being told that they were a problem for detectives back before.
Yep. I mean, honestly, I picked up the I picked up the work from people like you, you know? It seemed like a pretty good way to live. Much less stodgy than that Tide work.
I'm sorry that you ended up leaving the Tide because of all that. Kind of feel a little bit responsible there.
What did you do?
That's a conversation for a different time. We're here for Greta, remember?
You're right. Well, yeah. Like, if you want to explore the building, I won't hold you back. I'm supposed to stop people from interfering with the crime scene or something.
Well, I am a detective, so they can bite it.
Hey, works for me. He fucking relaxes up against this. So where are you going?
Probably Pietro household first. You knew that place pretty well, right, Noctua?
She nods. Yes, we had girls' night there. And she takes a step forward, moves around. It was a pleasure to meet you, Captain Garai. Yeah, likewise.
It was nice to see you.
Yeah, cool to finally meet you and your partner. You say that, and in a second, Cassius, your brain stops. Not for the usual reasons of partner, echoing around. Your brain just goes, looks over at Noctua, thinks partner. This isn't my partner.
Oh, no.
What are you on about?
She's my partner for today. I have, there's another person who's my partner. His name is Dodge.
You start to rapidly explain this, and Cassius, something actually starts to settle across your brain as you start to say, no, this isn't my partner. This isn't my partner. You look back over at Noctua, and you actually feel a breath of fresh air come from your chest. It's a weird thing to say, but Cassius, so many things remind you of the past, so many things remind you of, like, who you used to be. There's a lot of baggage that comes up a lot. You look at Noctua, she is so weird, she relates to nothing you have experienced before.
Brand new frontier.
Yeah, no, and meanwhile, Noctua's entire face flushes up. She looks over at you, she's thinking about something significantly dumber. Okay, you guys go ahead.
Like a detective partner. It's a term.
Are you dating your partner?
What?
I heard you guys went to Vales together, and it was really. You went on the boat ride or something. It was really romantic.
I don't think. I don't know, Noctua.
Wait, you don't know if you're dating or not?
I honestly hadn't considered it until right now.
That sounds like something you should get sorted before, inevitability, She's trying to turn over idioms in her head. The cruel hand of the Reaper reaves you away from the ones you love. Was I too harsh? I feel like that one was a little too harsh.
Way too hard. Yeah, you were too hard on that one.
You ride the fucking elevator up to the Pietro apartment. She comes out. There's a man up here, sadly cleaning this fucking completely ransacked place.
He speaks up as he hears people enter. Welcome to the Pietro household. How can I help you? He has the same perfect expression on his icon. Perfectly calm, perfectly collected, except for the streaks of blue mascara running down his face. Completely composed.
Noctua's like, Hi, I believe we met a few... Yeah, you showed me to my penthouse.
Champion of Noctua, it's nice to see you again.
It's nice to see you too, handshake. She moves in and does so. Hey, Cassius.
Like, shake their hand.
Hey, Cassius. Roll to die.
Okay.
This man reminds you of your partner.
This man reminds me of your partner now. Cassius. You start to feel... Oh, give me a reroll on that. I forgot.
Oh.
Yeah. Do another one. Hey, Cassius.
Oh,
Hey, Cassius.
yeah.
You can sense them here. They're calling to you. The clues. Cassius, it sets in immediately.
The immediate. He does not necessarily greet this man. It is almost instantaneous. I'm immediately going to roll to die again for registering your fate on the room, on the whole apartment. Oh, Pog! 5 damage!
You take 5 damage instantly.
I was at 22. How do you do math? 25.
Yep, just -5 from 22. 22 minus 5. Doink, doink, doink. There you go, you're set.
Thanks. Immediately I'm going to use that because I feel like that's the starter for everything he does, and then he's immediately going to ask Noctua, not addressing the man in front of him. Which one was Beretta's room?
It's over here. I'm sorry. Is it okay if we go this? I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Oh, it's this way. Oh, there's a lot of glass in here, Cassius.
This guy follows you and he goes, are you guys, may I ask what your purpose here is?
We're here to look around for clues related to the disappearance of Beretta Pietro.
God, I'm gonna talk to myself. Cassius immediately turns to him and is like, yeah, my name's Cassius, I'm a detective, and I'm here to investigate. And this guy's like, looks at Noctua, who he's talked to a couple times, because of this guy, who doesn't fucking know. And he's like, well, alright, several people have already come through, and I have cleaned up parts of the house already, so if you want, I can begin placing back all the garbage.
I think it's okay. Noctua says, looking over to Cassius.
And Cassius actually goes, if you wouldn't mind, that would be great. So this man takes the trash bag. He has 2 trash bags in both of his hands. One of them is full of tissues, and the other one is full of garbage, and he takes the one that's full of tissues and sets it down, and he takes the one that's full of garbage, and he starts pulling things out of it and putting it back down.
Wow, is this you? You're like a different person when you get involved in investigation.
Huh?
Okay, I'm going to help as best I can. She moves out and over. And Cassius, you make it into this other room, Beretta's room that Noctua pointed to, and then you hear a ding from the elevator.
He peeks his head out. And then Phoenix, who is placing dirt on the ground, goes, oh, excuse me, welcome to the Pietro household, and how may I help you?
Some trash bag out!
Delilah walks out. Oh, good morning, dear. Excuse our intrusion. We were hoping to investigate the premises.
Oh, well, there are already 2 other investigators present. I'm currently recreating the crime scene of all the dirt that I was picking up. If there's anything I can do to help you, just ask. And as he says this, Delilah, you see the streaks of mascara down his perfectly composed face. Tears also.
Oh, dear. Maybe you should take a little break. And she reaches into her bag and hands them the little styrofoam thing of breakfast.
Oh, I'm perfectly capable of doing my job. Not act like I'm not devastated.
Well, tell you what, dear. And she just sets it on the table. Treat yourself to a break later. Just because it's a part of your job doesn't mean you have to always do it.
I appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
Delilah, you come in and you see Cassius. Are you still peeking your head out, or are you in investigation mode, feral in the background?
He peeked his head out enough to see who it was, take a note, and then immediately went back into the room.
Yeah, Cassius, you're just gonna be in the background. I'm gonna ask you to roll to die occasionally. It's fine. Noctua sort of walks up. Oh, Miss Deltano, I didn't expect to see you here.
Noctua. Well, this is a pleasure. It's good to see you. Might I inquire why you're here?
We're investigating Bretta's disappearance.
Oh, that makes sense. Well, hopefully, she has a small smile. We can work together in this regard.
She smiles back. I would appreciate your cooperation. She thinks back to what Cassius said earlier of like, who made Bretta disappear and heard Riviera, and then her brow furrows for a second, and then she's gonna roll to die. Noctua doesn't give a shit. She focuses in. Your cooperation would be excellent. To tell you the truth, I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, that makes two of us, dear. Maybe we'll just stumble on something. Oh, hell. She just looks at all the glass and just notably walks off to the side.
Yeah, Delilah, you remember being hosted out of this room once. There was a mighty table in the middle that was full of guns. All of the guns are gone now. It's a good question of where the fuck they went.
Yeah. Delilah looks back over to Phoenix. Excuse me.
Yes, how may I help you?
What happened to all of the firearms here? That is concerning, to say the least.
They were gone by the time you got here, dude.
Unfortunately, they were not here when I arrived. I assume they were either taken when they left or when this room was ransacked.
Great. Well, thank you.
I could tell you how many of them are missing.
Honestly, that would be very beneficial.
How many of them are missing, Jay?
There's like 87 guns that are missing.
Probably somewhere around 87 guns approximately would be missing.
It was an armory in here.
That sounds about right. Now, I presume the weapon... No, they were loaded, I bet. Okay, well, thank you.
I mean, of course, this is the Pietro household.
Yep, I answered my own question. She catches herself. Excuse my ignorance for that moment. I should know the Pietros better than that, especially William.
He immediately turns around and starts dumping garbage on the ground out here again.
Cracks open door. She holds it open for you. You come in.
As Noctua walks in, Cassius immediately speaks up. Noctua. Oh, hello. Noctua. You've been in here before, right?
Yes.
Is there anything of note missing?
Yes. There are a few bookshelves missing. There's books missing.
Entire bookshelves.
Yeah, there are missing bookshelves, and opens the doors. Only one left.
Were there more of these in there before?
Hundreds.
He's pondering, like, how could somebody have made entire bookshelves and dozens of hats disappear?
I'm exaggerating.
Oh.
Delilah, you look. This is one of the first times you've seen Cassius in the flesh. He seems different.
Than you would expect.
Cassius.
Yes.
I think I'm familiar with you.
Pardon my rudeness, I don't seem to be familiar with you.
Of course. She takes a little curtsy. Delilah Daffodil Deltano, head of the Deltano family.
Ah, Miss Deltano. Okay. Can I ask you some questions really quick?
Of course.
Oh yeah, I'm Cassius. I think I said that. Oh well.
Noctua's like looking back and forth between the two of you, like, who is this man and what happened to Cassius?
So, I believe Bretta was at your party the night of her disappearance?
She was.
Did you happen to see her or see her leave at any point in the event?
Delilah looks down, disappointed. The last time I saw her, I had a nice conversation discussing her new business. And the Riviera family was planning to have a meeting with her that I planned to attend to. I was told not, that I had been compromised, and she was taken away. And that was the
So
last
they didn't
time
let
I
you
saw
come
her.
in?
No.
That was the last time you saw her. Approximately when was that? In the evening? Do you have a time?
It was like just a butt in so you're not floundering. It was like, let's say 10.
Around 10.
And when did they bring her body into the Testudo Clinic, Noctua? If you were able to get a time?
I think it was around 10:30.
Okay, so somewhere in a 30-minute period of time she was killed. Okay.
You like every time you say killed, Noctua went from like, oh, this kind of hurts to hear you say to, what the fuck though?
Okay. I assume, he looks at Delilah, I assume this was done by the Riviera? He points at all the...
I'm gonna assume, yeah, right?
Yeah, no, this is probably, it wasn't your family's work, but yeah, probably.
Unfortunately, yes, it would seem that the Riviera family has been involved here. It doesn't mean much, I assume, but I assure you this is not Deltano work.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask this. What are your intentions here?
To make right or wrong.
Alright, so you're not here for some kind of vengeance or cover-up, you're here to actually try and figure it out?
I had a very lovely conversation with that young lady. I sensed good things from her. And now she's gone. Now, I may not have had direct involvement with that, but understand that I am a bit furious at how that played out.
Well, you would be with the rest of us on that one.
Indeed.
Noctua nods along with you. You seem to have left a very good impression with her. She's just like, oh man, my boss is cool, it turns out. Hold on. She looks out and over. Did you, I could point out, I think she said there was a secret compartment or something?
Alright, do you know where it is?
Yeah, maybe if we just mess around with it. Cassius, give me another roll to die.
Delilah's very carefully getting around the debris.
Oh my god. You, Cassius, you are on a fucking trail? Like, you settle down and you're like, wait, yeah, secret compartment. Yeah. What would Beretta leave in a secret compartment? You start to dig around and you pull it out and you find a list of, I'll get you some good music. Yeah, let's do this. Cassius, you reach around below the desk and you actually pull out what appears to be a book. It's a list of contacts, actually.
I flipped through it. Are there any of specific note that I can tell immediately?
No, mostly. A few of the names you recognize, but most of them you don't.
Who are the ones you recognize?
There are a few people from in and around the university. People you talk to there, contact numbers. A lot of them were sort of like... A lot of them were teachers or people involved with club activities, likely people that Beretta dealt with directly. And, as you're holding the book, a lot of the names on this seem to be from people from Seaside, an area you know less.
Okay. So Beretta had a secret compartment, and her closet was full of dozens of hats. So he looks at Noctua. She was definitely keeping secrets.
Yes, if you're not
I've
aware,
heard-
she was the Stampede King.
Yeah, I heard that rumor. I was about to say.
Okay, good.
This feels more like a book for Beretta Pietro and less like a book for the Stampede King, if that makes sense. And it feels like we are looking for Beretta Pietro right now.
Yeah.
So we can cut out most of the Stampede King stuff that we find.
That would actually be great. Stampede Trading Co. They're really trying their best over there, and I was kind of worried about dragging them into any sort of investigation. They're just trying to make it by without their boss.
This is gonna sound a little harsh. It would be a waste of time. So
You piece through the book again really quick. There's more apartment to explore.
Yep. So I think that he's got most of what he can out of here.
Yep.
So he's going to make his way through here. And actually, I'll come in here real quick. You're at his bathroom, right?
Yes. So Cassius, you are fairly allowed to explore the background as you so wish.
Cool.
You
does it look like any toothbrushes are missing?
Yes, actually.
Okay. Does it look like this was like the shower or the soaps and stuff missing? Does it look like it was used in a hurry or anything like that?
Nope.
Okay,
None
so
of
just
that.
Toothbrush?
Just the toothbrush.
And all her clothes are gone, right?
All her clothes are gone. You fly around the room, getting more and more into it. Noctua looks back over to Delilah. Well, I'm only his partner for today, but I suppose it is my job to say that he is on the case right now, and probably... Cassius, how long do you think this will take?
Jay, do you think, like, 20 minutes is a good amount of time?
Yeah, to case this place, Cassius at his berserker speed, he's gonna say 20 minutes and do it in 10.
Yeah, about 20 minutes.
She looks back over to Delilah. Thank you very much for your assistance.
I really haven't done much, but I'm happy to do what I can.
I haven't either. She kind of smiles and laughs. So you guys really didn't do it. You weren't the ones who offed Beretta, but it could have been the other families.
At this point in time, I can confirm that the Deltanos had no interest in such ideas. Admittedly, I was a little upset with Beretta for, well, she narrows her eyes, the activities that were taking place at our pearly gates. But I was hoping that y'all would make amends. That being said, looking at Morales and Jean, I would like to think they would not go so far, but there are too many strange things around it, especially considering Morales' current condition.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's actually a big relief. It seems like the situation in this city is so tense and tight, it's tricky to figure out exactly who's right and who's wrong. So being able to mentally file you into an area that is not a problem is a huge relief, especially considering the fact that I desperately need the income that I get from the tap house.
Dear, if you need more hours, or maybe we could discuss a wage change, I'd love to discuss that to make things a little easier for you.
She smiles back at you softly. I'm gonna be there later tonight. I'm gonna be working tonight for sure. Whenever this finishes, she looks down. Hold on, I gotta take this. She scoots out and over, and looks down to her phone, and she's received a call from someone that she doesn't recognize. A name and a number that was given to her and her alone after meeting with Galav. She comes back in. I'll have to separate myself from the investigation for now. I need to go let Cassius knows. She stumbles over her words as she runs into this room. Cassius?
Yeah, what's up, Noctua?
I'm sorry, I can't be your partner for any longer today. I have something I gotta do. And it'll probably last until I gotta go to my job later. So I need to go.
Okay. I'll tell you what I figure out. I'll call you or something.
Yeah, we'll meet up at the apartment later. She reaches out a hand for another handshake. It was only temporary, but it was a joy being your partner.
Shakes her hand.
Shakes her hand. Once again, weirdly no baggage. Noctua's just, no. No, not that one.
He's actually probably gonna follow her out here because he's currently making his way to William's room.
Yeah, he shoots past a fucking blur. Noctua turns back to Delilah, bows, and then runs over to the elevator and rides it down.
Yeah, Delilah doesn't say anything. She just watches.
She scoots on off. And, elsewhere in the city.
Hey, real quick, actually, can we take a 5-minute break?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, because I actually want to grab the GMs for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Will, I'm so sorry that he wasn't nice to Delilah. He is on the fucking case.
Yeah, okay, chat, you won't be able to hear us for a little bit while we talk to, the GMs talk, so, take this time to take a quick little break. Bye for now.
Guys, it's
Yeah.
fine. It's fine. By the way, I'm loving this so far. I really, I like your characters a lot. I like your characters a lot. I don't know if
There
we're
we
live
go.
on stream, but I like your characters a lot.
Thank you.
I like Indigo a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to go use the restroom real quick.
Yes, do so.
All right.
My only warnings for now are Roma, it's probably going to be Cassius Light for the rest of it.
Yep, I figured.
Yeah, and
I
then
know what he's gonna be doing.
yeah. I really like those two's dynamic, actually.
Yeah, I was just talking about it when we were in silent break. Roma's doing really good. I love it. Cass is great.
Yeah.
You did really good playing off of yourself and also demonstrating like 3 different personalities rapidly and also rapidly telling jokes.
That was
Yeah.
so good.
He takes the other bag that is full of tissues over here.
Oh, Phoenix!
I'm gonna be right back.
Okay.
Right.
He really
Right on.
likes the Pietros. He's heartbroken.
Oh, Phoenix!
Can Chad hear us? Chad, can you hear us? Sorry.
Yeah, Chad
go
can
on,
hear
Will.
I was gonna say, of course, it's a good paycheck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe that he's actually paid by the tower, not by any of the individual families.
He's a house butler, and he just also specifically likes that one.
He
He
just
was-
specifically likes.
He was handed the Pietro family. So Chad asked earlier, oh shit, is Delilah now full player? Yup.
Yeah.
Just yes. Everyone
Yeah.
everyone fucking appreciate.
Fuck yeah.
Yee.
Fuck
I-
yeah.
Thank you.
I was like talking to Will the other day, like, I'm excited for Cassius to meet Delilah. Delilah walks into her room while Cassius is going off the shits. Cassius might not even remember that they met.
I'll try to talk to him some other time. right now, it's like talking when we got AirPods in.
Yeah.
Got
Like,
detective
he is-
AirPods in. There's
He's
no.
got the detective juice. Like he from what effectively to him right now, you are a witness.
Yeah.
It's like,
Sounds
okay,
like
I've
fair.
got the information that I needed from her. I'm gonna go harass the testudo guy in the other room. Whoever was making that testudo guy, I'm so sorry.
That was fantastic. I loved how they kept moving away. They're like, is he following? He's following. He's staring at me now. Edging away.
Yeah. Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, I don't.
Cassius was just like, nice to meet you, Miss Deltano. Anyway, you were there. What were you doing? I was depressed because I wasn't allowed to do anything to help her. Okay, so I don't need to be worried about you trying to cover up evidence. Cool. Bye.
Well, Deltano's never lie.
Back.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Yeah. I wonder if I will get a chance to talk to Cassius when he's not basically a detective Roomba just scooting between the rooms, sucking up all
I
of
didn't
the
even get to make
evidence.
the funny joke that I wanted to make. At the end of that, he probably walked into the living room.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Picked up all of the evidence that he had collected from the house and went, I really wish I had the evidence cannon right now. And then effectively just played 52 pickup with So Delilah just watched Cassius collect a bunch of evidence and then jingle it around in his jacket and then drop it on the floor like 5 times. Welcome back.
We all here? We all good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the pluses. Everybody plus.
But that's not the right button.
There we go. Okay. Everybody's good? So, let's get back to it. Fade.
Yeah.
You called a meeting because something important was happening. Apparently, a fight
What
with
could that be?
Let's see. So, you called a little bit of a meeting after hearing from your pal Galav that 2 nights ago, Champion of Noctua alongside he picked a fight with Tempest, and they are acting rather strange. So, you meet up in your speakeasy. Where is it?
Hog?
And you look across the table at the currently sulking, pouting, edgy new addition to your crowd. Galab sitting between the two of you awkwardly. So, yeah, situation's pretty simple. Tempest is still up to their usual business. They're still kidnapping folks. I've been working to stop that as best I can, which is when, this person over here showed up to help. Call me the Stampede King. I really can, it's hard. I like it. He looks over to you, Fade. We worked with the Stampede King for like 3 years at this point. Can't just show up and take the mantle, you know?
Well, it's mostly just a name, Galav. But we'll see if she can fill the role.
Noctua nods. The role that the Stampede King performed was that of a local legend. I think it's important to enable it to continue, not to let it fade away. Oh, I don't think it was that serious, right? He, looks over to you, Fade!
It was an integral role. It wasn't always called the Stampede King, Galav, but Beretta played an important part to the people of our little alliance.
Noctua nods along. Directly supported by Fade's argument. Galab throws up his hands. Okay, you win. You can wear the hand. She looks very, very, accomplished after hearing that. So the question becomes, what do we do now?
Well, what did you have in mind, Noctua? What do you know about Beretta's disappearance?
She stops for a second, opens her mouth, and then looks down.
Well, I probably don't know she's called Noctua, do I? Or would Galav?
You do. It's
Okay.
obvious. You know who this is.
I mean, I don't think I've technically met her yet.
Yeah,
But Galav probably told me.
Galab told you she's a big enough name around town, and honestly, Noctua has the splittest of split seconds where she's about to do what Beretta did and be like, oh, Noctua, I haven't heard of her. That's a really common name. There's lots of slug owls around city. No, and then she looks down and she's like, this will never work. And she just looks at you dead in the eyes and goes, and just carries on as if you didn't immediately just call her out. Well, as far as I know, Beretta Pietro's been killed.
Trust me, I was in the room.
She recoils. Do you know who did it? She slams the table with one of her legs. Galab, grabbing it so it doesn't rattle too much. Who is it? Was it... Sorry.
Honestly, as much as I want to point the blame at one of the other heads of the Riviera, I don't think they did it. None of us I don't know what happened, but it wasn't Morales, and it wasn't John Mirage, and it certainly wasn't me.
Noctua looks at you dead in the face for a second. She nods along as if internalizing this information. Hold on. And then she, that's not high enough. She hears for a little while, she's like, okay, Riviera's to blame. I can go after them. This'll be easy. And then talks to Delilah, talks to you. Yeah, I don't think it was anyone in the room. She believes you. She looks down. She puts her head in her hands and then just lets out a little... You doing okay there, Stampede King? Yeah. She sits up. I am doing fine. Go on.
Well, what happened was honestly, her and Morales both just collapsed. I didn't see anything. I didn't feel anything. She fell over. I checked her pulse and it was gone.
So she's dead. She's definitely dead, right?
From what I can tell, yes.
Okay, well, in that case, I'll be holding onto this hat for a little while longer. Noctua's clearly having a moment over in the corner. Can I order you something? You look like you haven't eaten or slept in, days. It's fine. It's fine.
Fade motions to his guy at the bar and signals for a few drinks and some kind of burger for Noctua.
Yeah, he disappears in the back and he goes about making it. The question is, what comes next? And what can I do to assist? Beretta's role was an integral one to this city. And, she was something of a local hero, so any way that I could step up to fill the gap, I'd like to know. She looks at you, Fade.
Well, I don't know if you can fill her exact shoes, but frankly, I mean, none of us can. She truly was incredible. But I think you can fill out your own legend. You can make yourself your own role, and we'll do what we can to teach you, but it won't be easy. Just so you know that.
She actually seems to relax at that a little bit. Couldn't have said it better myself. Galab claps you on the back, Fade.
Fade stumbles forward a little bit. Galab literally twice his size.
Galab's fucking huge. You get slapped on the back. Listen, you shouldn't. I'm sure Beretta, God rest her soul. He looks up for a second. Would be absolutely flattered to have you masquerading as her, but at the same time, man, if she's dead, she's dead. Sucks to see someone, kind of just trying to be her, you know? Be yourself and all that, right? He looks over and then actually leans into you, Fade. I'm really bad at handling this part, actually. It's just, look at her. Thing.
Fade looks over at Noctua and just thinks for a moment. Hey, what do you want to do for this city? You keep talking about wanting to do everything you can, trying to fill everyone else's shoes, being something that... You're the champion of Noctua. What do you want to do for Indigo? What do you think you can do?
This is really silly. I'd like to, punish evil where I see it. She tries very half-heartedly to say this to the room. That's, good, I guess.
Fade cracks a little smile. Well, I know where there's plenty of it you can start at.
She tilts her head.
He thinks for a moment. Probably shouldn't be doing this. It's a big risk, but if you really want, I can start teaching you the ways of Riviera.
Her eyes perk up for a second. Galav looks over. Whoa, wow, okay. That's, he looks over to Noctua. You don't gotta if you don't want to. Noctua looks over. I want to.
So, let me ask you this. How much do you know about Riviera, Noctua?
Absolutely nothing.
That's what I thought. Well, I guess I can at least start with my family. I'm Fade, as you know, the head of the Warhol family. My family is in charge of, well, entertainment in Seaside District and all of Indigo, really. Now, but that's just, that's how we are viewed on the front on the up and up. As for what I do personally, my family is, you could say we're the Mafia University. We feed the other families and train my boys to eventually move on to the other families and find a role that they fit best in. Some do stay, but that's the destiny if you become Warhol. You're not going to be here forever, but we'll find you a place to settle in.
I see. She nods along, internalizing this. There were guilds like that back on Zyphos. I think I understand. You're sort of like a manager of connections.
Sounds about right. I guess that's accurate.
Galav sits back a little bit. Damn, yeah, when you put it like that. I mean, Fate performs a very important function when it comes to the city, because, like, a lot of the time, getting into a life of crime or being involved in a life of crime isn't often necessarily a choice. And back in the day, the nobility and the IPD, at their behest, there were problems. Things have shifted over the years, but the role has stayed the same, making sure that people can find a good place to wind up where they can earn money and, eat. He taps on the table. When it comes to a bunch of punks running around, I make sure that they stay out of trouble. When it comes to a bunch of wannabe criminals, Fade makes sure they don't wind up dead somewhere,
It's not the most glorious job, but it's, the one that I've settled into.
Okay. Well, in that case, the rest of Riviera, how do you relate to them? Like, well, I know you're their university, but are you one of the main families? Are you? Yeah, she just lets you go.
It's complicated. There are for as long as I can remember, there have been 3 main families of the Riviera: the Irises, the Testudos, and the Deltanos. The Deltanos being the oldest of all. They've been in Indigo, God, almost since its founding, I think.
Galad not long.
Testudo came not too long after, but they were, they have a complicated history, but we have them to thank for not being ravaged by the plague. And, well, the Irises, they're probably the seediest of us all, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Noctua is eating while listening very seriously. Expression on icon, mustard stain on side of mouth.
And well, it's because of them that I'm where I am today. They knew they couldn't really run the whole city by themselves, and there were plenty of branch families that were gaining name and notoriety, but didn't want to be blocked over, overrun and controlled by just one family. It'd be too much power. So, over the years, there have been a few families raised up to be quote-unquote lower or lesser families that are influential in the Mafia, but still, in a way, are where we are to the higher-ups. It's a very tenuous, odd power balance.
She nods along.
And there are 3 right now: the Warhols, the Scarlattis, and, well, maybe there's only 2. I'm not sure about the fate of the Illman family.
Noctua she wipes the mustard off the side of her mouth. Oh,
This is a lot of information, I know. To take in.
just, she thinks about the consequences of her actions for a moment. Well, in that case, finding the evil that lies in Riviera. She's pondering that deeply. I know you're part of the organization, but where would you say it lies?
Honestly, I'm still trying to figure that out myself. I'm not gonna be. He thinks to himself again for a moment. Actually, at a loss for words after all that's happened.
Yeah.
Riviera needs to change. We all know that. But finding out where all this evil roots from, I'm not sure we can. But what I do know is that sometimes bad things do need to be done, even if it is for the greater good, I suppose. And I feel like that's Riviera's job. To do the things that need to be done, even if they would seem horrible to other people.
She nods along with that. And for a second, she feels a spike of anger just related to, and how did Beretta factor into all this? And then she shakes her head, almost clearing it away. I think I have a better image of the organization now. I don't want to cast judgment upon you, because I haven't been in the city long enough to get a good grasp of it. But I've met... And then, as she's talking, there's a disruption. Sir, no, I'm sorry. The bar is closed right now. And someone sits across the table from him.
Who? That's a real damn shame. I was feeling real thirsty tonight. If only there was something around to quench my thirst in this damn rainy night.
You three look across the room. This man... J-Man, describe this man to me.
Oh, this guy looks fucking crazy. He's weirdly long and lanky, but yet some parts of his body are, like, despite how lanky he is, are weirdly muscular. You don't get it. It's not natural. And he has this fucking nasty-ass, toothy grin on his face at all times. And his grin just goes a little too big.
Galav looks over to you, Fade. Friend of yours?
Never seen him before in my life. I don't think I have, right?
No, you haven't.
Fade gets up and walks over to this gentleman. Now, what can I do for you, sir?
I'm just feeling awfully thirsty tonight. You think you could get me something to drink or something like that?
Well, what strikes your fancy?
I'm feeling like having a good old-fashioned fight! We'll die.
Roll to die versus this guy, and temporarily, Fade, just for the purposes of this one session, all of your gifts have been disabled, including a certain special something. So, we're just gonna play the game. OG, Vanilla, let me initialize you. You get 1 experience with Vanilla Windrose.
Oh boy.
Roll it 1d6. Oh boy. Locking a dice.
Oh boy, yeah, locking a dice.
None of these are gonna be helpful.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah. You do manage to successfully evade, so narrate for me really quick. You evading.
So as this man swings a punch at me, Fade just sort of leans back casually onto the bar seat and rests on his elbow on his elbow. Now, do you really think you could come into my bar and rough me up as you please?
Yes.
Galav stands up.
Hey, Galav, I think this guy's an idiot.
Okay, dealing with it. Galav cracks his knuckles and loosens his neck.
Ah, perfect. Just what I needed.
You single fucking dice. Okay,
Oh.
so this is gonna be a fight. Noctua's gonna stand up as well. We're gonna use this pog off to the side because I didn't properly I'll initialize Stampede King Noctua. So for this, the first person to go is Fade. Actually, Fade, do what you're gonna do.
Okay.
Deal with this intruder.
Fade's gonna hop off of his chair and walk up to the stage and hop up. And, where's my music? He's gonna run it around backstage. Where did my equipment go? He's gonna run over to the stage lights. The control for the stage lights and blind this man.
Give me a roll to do.
Oh, okay. Where is that on? Do I have my character sheet open? Do I have a
No,
character sheet
you can just hit it up in the upper left. If you mouse over your
here we
character,
go.
there's roll to do. You hit that button, it'll ask you what you want to put in, you do swing, and then that's that.
Okay.
Boom! Okay. So, Fade, you immediately set your stage light on this guy, and with a big blinding burst, it blasts into his eyes.
But hold on.
Yes.
He clashes with everything right now.
Ah, yes. Anything hostile. Christian, as the official arbiter of Steel Aura, is this a clash?
Yes, Steel Aura clashes with any, Steel Aura
Yeah, I
clashes
think
with
it's
any,
still
like,
work.
fighting-based attacks. Now, if this was
Okay.
a diplomacy, Steel Aura wouldn't work, but because
Yeah.
this is a fight,
You
this
give
will
me a
work.
roll. So,
Okay.
in this case, Fade, you actually managed to win and blind him. Narrate how this attack is more powerful than you expect.
So Fade fumbles with the lights. You know, white lights are boring. So he turns on the colorful strobe lights that he turns on at night, amping up a speaker and the feedback echoing through the hall, blinding and flashing an array of colors, dazzling this man.
Genjiro, you come recoiling. It hurts. It hurts a lot.
Oh, go fuck yourself, dude!
Okay, Genjiro, go.
Alright. Genjiro, now blinded, reaches back and he picks up this bar stool that he's sitting under,
Yeah.
stands up, and is now gonna blindly charge in a direction. I'm gonna roll a 1d4 to see who he charges at.
Okay.
Ah,
You're
perfect. So Genjiro starts, basically spins around for a bit, and then he stops, pointing directly at the Stampede King.
Noctua is still sitting down. She's starting to stand up.
And he just charges right at her.
Okay, give me that roll to do. They clash. I'm gonna lock in. I'm gonna go for this. Let's do that. Roll to do versus roll to do. Okay, narrate for me.
Yeah, so Noctua, having just seen the lights go off, she herself also got a little blind, because knowing Noctua, she stared absolutely directly at that shit. And she's like, oh, wow, pretty light. And just gets fucking smacked in the face by Genjiro as he goes in and just rushes her to the side and pins her against this wall.
You slam Noctua into the wall. You deal a grand total of 18 damage. Galav's gonna leap the
Well,
fuck
hold
up.
on. You
Yeah.
forget one thing.
Oh no, yeah, you're right.
When Genjiro is outnumbered in a fight, he gets 2 actions per turn.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is that a
yes,
gift?
though?
That is a gift.
So it
His
wouldn't
not
work, right?
working currently for
Well,
some
has-
reason.
Why? What is the thing that makes it so gifts work? Me and him? What do we have in common?
We're
That was
brothers,
exact-
Cassius.
That was exactly the reaction I was hoping for.
As Galav comes running up behind him,
Yeah.
Genjiro then reaches out and does a hard kick right into Galav's gut as he comes forward.
Okay.
Leave me going alone, you monster.
Oops, not that. I typed in the... But don't worry, his second attack is only wild.
Yeah, it's only wild. So Galav rolls to die versus it. Galav actually manages to duck the attack, dodge to the side, and he's going to reel back and try to fucking hit you in the side of the head and detach you from Noctua. Give me a clash.
You got it.
God! Narrate for me killing Galav.
Oh boy. So, when Galav goes in to try to attack him, Genjiro then spins around behind Galav and then grabs him by the horn, and then does a toss and throws him over the counter at this Fade Grunt over here.
He slams into him, so that was a defensive clash, so you deal 9 damage. You won, so that is an 18 damage. You have dealt 18 damage to Noctua and 18 damage to Galav this turn. Everyone hits the ground. No, Noctua gets to go. She's fucking pissed. She's going to try up and gain power from her gift again. And then...
Gift?
What was that?
Her gift?
Yeah, she's gonna try power from her gift again. And it doesn't fucking work. So she picks up a chair and leaves and tries to slam this man with it. Ooh, beat that! She slams the chair down over your head, and you fucking bounce and pop into the air like you're being air juggled. You fly through the air and end your turn in midair. Everybody reset, go again.
How do I reset? I haven't done that yet.
Drop swing.
Perfect.
If you're pogging at the top, the first option is drop swing.
Okay,
Drop
cool.
swing. There you go. And then you just hit roll to die, and you click which one you want to keep.
In the task.
Yeah.
I will keep. It's fine.
Okay, excellent.
Good with yellow hair.
He looks really good with yellow hair. Galav, how you doing, bud? Galav, you're almost wounded. I'm so sorry.
No!
You're going for this. Okay. The winner of this is actually Galav. Galav's gonna leap back up into the air, pick up a bar stool too, and then fucking duel you with them. You're holding the chair. He's holding the bar stool. You clash like swords.
Right.
Give me a clash. You got that steel aura. Yo, tell me how you fucking beat down Galav.
Yeah, so these two are sitting here having a damn sword duel with these chairs, and then Galav feels, wait a minute, this chair is getting a little heavier as he realizes Genjiro at some point is now surfing on the chair down straight into Galav, and he knows something. He plants his feet in the ground, and he reels back his fist really tight, and then punches Galav straight in the face with a massive force, going straight through him.
Galav's entire body flies backwards, and he hits the table, taking a wound. Let's do that. Okay, let's roll to restore your health, Galav. That's fine. He got 11 HP back. He's still up.
You know, I heard those Royale gangsters were a lot tougher than this shit, he says, fucking picking shit out of his teeth.
Fucking asshole. Fade, it's your go.
Fade's gonna walk over here and kind of pop his head out and this isn't going great. He tries to activate his gifts, but to no avail.
No.
And he's very confused, so he just runs back to rummage behind the stage again and pulls out a special thing that he always keeps in his bar, a gun. And it's a good point at this man.
Hey, what you got over there? Oh shit!
Fade, roll for real ass gun. This'll be a clash too.
Did you know that those kill people?
Oh my god!
Okay.
You can do it.
You can totally do that. With your extra powers.
Okay.
Oh.
So how many? So I choose 0d6 for this, or?
Yeah, it'd be 0d6 for this.
Okay. I have not set my attributes yet.
Yes.
That's okay.
So we'll add a bonus to it, basically an amorphous bonus, and I'll let you know if it works.
Cool.
Okay, Fade.
No.
Here's what happens.
Oh
Oh my god. Fade.
Why is it happening?
Fade. You point your gun at Genjiro. He goes, "Oh shit!" He reaches into his pocket, pulls out an ice pick, and he throws the ice pick straight into the barrel of the gun. As you pull the trigger, the gun fucking explodes in your hand.
Okay, Noctua's gonna take aim at you, and she's gonna give it a shot. You know what? Okay, for a split second, she is going to draw from something. Genjiro, you start to feel the air around Noctua change as she starts to see shit hitting the fan. And for a moment, it almost feels like she's able to do a thing again. Genjiro, roll versus this.
Oh wow.
Okay.
I think I win.
No, here's what happens. Noctua draws back and her eyes flash and something in her fucking arm, like, glitches out and she overarms something at you that appears to be a javelin. Genjiro, it sticks the fuck in you. You look down at it. Oh shit, that hurts. Oh shit, that hurts a lot. Oh,
holy shit,
hey!
that's rad.
Genjiro, go.
Yeah, can you real quick, do me a quick favor here?
Yeah.
Add a red stat to Genjiro for me, please.
Yeah! Can do! Genjiro! Noctua's like, oh, I used one of my gifts again. Get something changes about Genjiro. Roll the die.
Yep. Ah, perfect.
Let me swap you over to your red.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's cool as hell, King. He reaches in and rips that javelin out of him. Genjiro has learned Noctua's fighting style. Cruel Sniper, I believe it was called.
Yeah!
He reels back and then throws the damn javelin right back at her.
Okay, give me a roll. Add 1d6 for every single dice she's unable to use to resist this attack.
Oh boy, how many is that exactly?
3!
Ah, you got it. Oh, fuck. And I think we settled Genjiro's red stat as a +3.
Yeah. So, Noctua's gonna roll to resist this. Alright, she can't roll anything. Her entire body is impaled and thrown back. She takes a wound too. There we go.
You guys thought it was gonna be in chapter 2. I'm gonna die here.
Hey Genjiro.
What's up?
You look down at that wound. Your steel ore is wounded. Noctua's attack hit real hard. You still got your red though.
Oh man, I'll go ahead and ruin that.
Yeah.
There we go.
Well, there you go. Okay, Fade and Genjiro, go.
Oh.
Reset and go.
Oh.
My roll die didn't seem to work. I'll try again. Oh, is that because? Nope, never mind. I'll just roll that again.
Okay,
There it is. Ah,
it's okay. I can keep on coming.
Beautiful.
I like this. Genjiro's roll the dice, suck ass.
Yeah. Oh boy. You guys going for it? Okay, Fade, you get to go first.
Nah, Fade throws away his exploded gun, not sure how his hand is totally fine from all of that.
You took a minimal amount of damage from it, but it wasn't apocalyptically bad.
He throws away the gun, kind of shaking his hand like it stung a little bit, and just walks up to Genjiro. Now, what's wrong? What have I ever done to you? What have these people ever done to you, Genjiro? Can't we just all be friends here?
Leans in. You haven't done jack shit to me, but I can smell that damn downer mood in here.
Downer mood? This is the best nightclub in Indigo!
Leans in even further. Prove it.
Well, for first off, you came during the day. We're closed. That's why it's not even night.
But what's the damn excuse? If you're gonna not on a rainy day like this, I think a club would be goddamn perfect, wouldn't you think?
You know what? You're right. It would be goddamn perfect, and I'll put on a little show myself for you. Fade pulls out his guitar and starts to play a song for him.
Okay, give me a roll to do. You both roll to do. If you succeed, Genjiro will calm the fuck down with the power of music. If you fail, Genjiro will probably punch you in the face.
Yes.
Either way, it works for me.
These are the high pressure situations.
Oh.
You win!
No, wait, hold on.
No.
Oh, wait, no, he does.
He does. He wins, and then you'd probably have a +1 in one of your stats, which is exactly all of Genjiro's health. So, Fade, take us away.
Hey, Jay.
Yeah?
Can you play my crit theme?
Absolutely.
Thank you. That is the song that he plays on his guitar.
There you go.
You're welcome.
Hey Genjiro.
What's up?
This newfangled music's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. Genjiro steps down from this chair that he's been standing on for the past, like, fucking 5 minutes. Bounces down. That's pretty rad.
He
like-
starts fucking crumping, dude.
Yeah, he is. Reminds me of home. He goes over here.
You're right, we were way too chill of a vibe, trying to match outside. In here, it's always a bumpkin good time.
You feel like everyone but Genjiro is knocked the fuck out. Fade, you're just playing your heart out.
Well, that was fun.
Should I? Hey,
What's up?
J-Man, should I get it?
Yeah.
Okay. Genjiro sits back and he looks actually pretty pleased. He moved through here like a fucking tornado, stole one of Noctua's techniques, beat the shit out of Galav, impaled Noctua to the wall, and then you played him a nice song, and that seems to have calmed him the fuck down. Congrats! Until you're bond up with Genjiro.
Yeah!
Yeah, Genjiro leans back against the counter real big, and points his finger at Fade. You
Yes, buddy?
just beat me in a fight.
It looks like I did. Looks over at Galav and shrugs, somehow.
Galav's just moaning over on the table. Noctua's hanging up, just like she looks like a coat that someone has hung up.
You know what that means, though, right?
Refresh me for the uninitiated.
That means you're officially my rival.
Looking forward to it. Come run back anytime.
Okay, now I have to ask you a really important question, Carl.
Yeah.
On a scale to 1 to eternal rival, how seriously is Fade taking him?
Oh, he's serious. He's taking him dead serious.
Oh boy.
Genjiro's eyes light up. It's been so long since someone's taken him this seriously.
Oh fucking god. Congratulations, Fade. You've just evolved one of Genjiro's gifts.
Gain an eternal rival.
Now there are 2 sets of eternal rivals in the city.
I mean,
I'm a big fan of this is the first time he's felt a real rival. Cuts this moment. Yeah, sure.
it's serious. It can take anyone. Yeah, it's fine. Why not?
He stands up. I'll hold you to that. What's your name, Joker?
You know what? You can just call me Joker.
Fine. He points a thumb at himself. So he goes, I'm Genjiro Cyrell Basilica, and I'm gonna hunt you down until you die.
Sounds good, Genji. Have a good day.
He strolls on out, real thing. He walks up here though, and he breaks off a fucking bar tap, and he starts walking out into the city.
Well, we were about to change that one out anyway. It's fine.
Silence comes back over the room. You hear soft moaning from either side.
Fade walks over to Noctua and hops up on the table and unpins her from the wall.
You unpin her, she falls to the ground like a sack of fucking potatoes.
And then walks over to Galab and sort of lifts him up and checks him for any serious wounds.
No, I'm doing fine. He grabbed me by my... I was worried he was gonna rip my entire damn horn out.
You're made of sturdier stuff than that, buddy.
He gets up. Oh, man. Sorry, I kind of used your bar stool as an impromptu sword.
I mean, it's a bar. I would be upset if you didn't.
He claps you on the back again. That's why you're the best, man. He sits down. Noctua's just like... Noctua comes up. I would like to not lose a fight for once. Crawls her way back over to the chair.
And that's what I'm here to teach you, Noctua.
And just around that time, someone runs down. Boss! Whoa, what happened in here?
Did you forget to hang up the close sign again?
He runs in. Boss. This is one of your boys who's actually undercover working on the docks. We got some serious shit.
His ears perk up. What's wrong? What happened?
The Riviera Vault, where all the families keep all the money.
Yes?
We've been robbed.
What?
And with that...
Sounds like you could use a detective smiley face.
And with that, we are going to cut back to someone else experiencing the exact same scenario, except this time up in an apartment. Delilah, you're sitting down. You've been wandering around. You've been looking through, honestly, the remains of you've been looking through the remains of your dear friend's place. Like, well, I guess I want to leave it up to you how well you knew William. You've been looking through here. It's sad.
Yeah, I'd wager I wouldn't say they were like best buds, but
Yeah.
if anytime there was a gathering, it'd be like, I want to see if I can find him and have a nice chat, and that was more or less it, just to kind of see what he was doing.
Yeah, you remember eating in here. You remember looking around here, and like, it's almost calming because you're getting bothered less while you're basically here just going over evidence. But at the same time, it's a little sobering. Suddenly, this man runs in. Miss Deltano.
Yes.
I have two pieces of news for you. One, your presence is requested immediately in the Testudo clinic. Morales Testudo is awake.
Really?
He nods. She wishes to speak with you immediately.
Of course, yes, absolutely.
Second of all, the vault downstairs in Pinion Bank. The Riviera Combined Vault has been robbed. Morales wishes to speak to you on this matter.
I see. She looks to the door. Cassius,
Yes.
might I inquire what you're doing?
Hoping to ask you for permission to go to the Testudo clinic to investigate.
I don't know if I really have the authority to do such a thing, unfortunately.
Well,
Well,
can I
I
come
am-
with you?
Delilah looks at the camera. I don't know.
Yeah,
if I can do it.
no, honestly. This is why we do this shit. Feel free.
Very well, but understand there may be limitations as to what I can do for you. It's not because
mean-
I'm trying to hide anything, it's just as a Deltano, and that being Testudo territory, I am limited.
Oh no, I trust you. Just getting me in would be good, so I have a feeling they wouldn't let me in if they found out I was trying to figure out where Beretta went.
Of course.
Also, sorry about all your money.
She stops. sorry is a word as worthless as the person who says it. It's a filler word for people who have nothing to offer, or worse, choose not to give anything back for their behavior. Cowards vomit it. Words "I'm sorry" the moment they realize their actions have consequences, a pathetic attempt to remedy their failings, or blatant, vile actions towards someone when they're caught. Sorry doesn't explain their reasoning, doesn't excuse their actions, doesn't fix the problem. Sorry proves that you only care to repent once you've learned that punishment is soon to follow. That instead of proving a solution to the error you have created, or how to make it up to someone, all you can give them is a false word of reassurance, as if they magically resolve the lies and pain you've brought. So never apologize.
Okay.
Cassie's just sitting there blinking slowly. You feel for a second your own focus start to dwindle as oh shit, okay.
Provide a promise, not an excuse. Don't say sorry like the man I watched drown.
Oh, okay. Cassius is just saying it because he was like, well, that sucks that happened to you. It's more like what his intention was, and he gets told off, and he's like, all right, won't say that one again.
You guys group up. You head downstairs to the Testudo Clinic. Yeah, you do successfully manage to get Cassius in. But, the air in here is very, very different than what you expect. You come in. And someone who is being told that Morales Testudo is awake arrives behind you. Teach! You see two people in front of you you did not expect.
Oh, I didn't think we were gonna get to talk!
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, Kristen's on mute.
Uh-oh, this might
Aha,
cause problems
alright,
for my
there you
plan.
go.
Awesome. Teach walks in and sees both of them, and it's just like, all right, Cassius, what the heck are you
two,
doing?
hold on. Come with me. Who's this? Looks over to Cassius.
This is Cassius. He is a detective who was interested in doing a little investigative work regarding Beretta.
That's fine. You two, with me. Motions to Teach and you. And then they seem to not give a shit about where you're going, Cassius.
Cool, they can keep doing that.
Teach takes a moment to rub her forehead a bit and just kind of keeps walking forward.
Cassius nods at you, but that's about all you get from him.
Yeah, she nods back. Teach, Delilah, you notice that Teach seems, well, very obviously very frustrated. She doesn't seem to be wearing any sort of visage right now. She just kind of seems to walk silently and she kind of stares forward as you go. She's very different from the very cheerful or more like positive and social side that you saw. And yet also not that same kind of other side you saw once the news came out.
Delilah actually, reaches over. Dear?
She kind of stops a bit. Yes?
Are you all right? I suppose that's a rather foolish question, isn't it?
A little bit, but thank you. I'm sorry if that. No. She kind of stops. I'm gonna tell you what right now. Next time I say that, you can slap me in the face.
Delilah takes a very deep breath. I am not one who wants to resort to violence, but I might just give you a slap on the wrist or something of the sort. Besides, she looks you up and down. I'd probably break something if I tried that.
She kind of steps forward a bit more. Yeah. She just kind of holds herself there. Thank you for asking.
Of course. I may not understand the full relationship between you and Beretta, but I understand that it was clearly close. And
she kind of thinks about that a little bit and just kind of, she was my student. She was just my student. That's all there is to it.
Would you describe her as a friend?
She stops a bit and thinks about that. I don't think so, no.
Delilah nods. Doesn't change the fact that history is very important between folks.
I just want to get this over with.
I understand, dear.
You know why we're here?
I might have a sneaking suspicion, though there might be something more involved than what was initially told to me. Depending on what Morales decides to enlighten us of, I'll happily fill you in on the details, because I want to see just how honest she's going to be.
Guess so. Teach kind of stops a bit, and then just seems just a tiny bit lighter, enough to talk a little bit more. They grabbed me out of class for this.
Assholes.
Yeah. What were you doing?
Well, I was making breakfast, and you see that she has this large bag, and she just kind of shakes it a bit. If you'd like, I made some caramel apple pancakes, a little bit of bacon, scrambled eggs.
I heard you made it breakfast, but that sounds like a very nice lunch. Don't have to go out to the store and buy something. And Teach kind of stops a bit, turns around for a moment, and looks to the other room on the other side, and then keeps going, not seeing anyone over in that way.
Nope.
Thankfully, Illyria doesn't seem to be here. Otherwise, they'd be pestering her to do something too. I'm sure you're aware that with everything the way it is right now, Illyria's gotten roped into this.
Teach stops, actually. No, what? No, she left the family. What are you talking about? Like, did she...
Believe me, Martha, I'm on the same page as you. I'm very frustrated by it as well. And she lowers her fan. Illyria is a dear friend of mine, and I may be so bold as to describe her as like a niece. And when I had heard that she had left the Testudas, I must admit, I was a bit disappointed. Because, well, there goes the hope of a heart for that family. She just kind of has a small smile. But when I did speak with her again, now knowing that she's no longer Testudo, she seemed so much happier.
Yeah, come to think of it, she did talk about you a bit.
Really? Yes.
Yeah. She, might be nice to know, she said that, the head of the Deltanos was really changing things for the better around here.
She smiles. That's nice to hear. I'm certainly trying. I certainly have made a few missteps, and because of the way that party ended, my trust seems to have faltered once again.
She kind of looks a bit, scratches her head. Well, damn, wish there was something I could do about that, but I guess one gets the answers for that is right over there. She kind of knocks her head in that direction.
Well, let's go see what she wants.
Teach just sighs and keeps going forward.
You come into a room that is positively bustling with a bunch of Testudo grunts, and on the far side of the room, you see her. Morales Testudo, awake and around and conscious. It's quite different. This room has an entirely different vibe than the one that you saw on that night, Delilah. It seems like for a second life is coming back to the Testudo family. Morales actually immediately puts her hand up, and everyone quiets down and shifts back, letting you past. Delilah, Martha, come closer, come closer.
She's kind of Yeah.
Go for it.
Teach kind of steps up, and Delilah, you're about to talk, but Teach immediately kind of talks up. Are you doing okay?
A bit better than I was. Thank you very much for asking.
All right. Sounds something important going on? Well, I imagine, of course. I was in a... She thinks of registering to complain about being in class, thinks about who she is and where she is and who she's talking to, and she's honestly about to go through it, but then she's still laying in bed sick, and she's like, oh, whatever, fine. It's like, I was curious what exactly would call. I know you respect everyone's time more than anything, so...
Yes. Well, there are a few issues at hand. First, I would like to discuss Beretta Pietro, as it is one of the more pressing ones.
I'd like to hear a bit about that, too.
Yes, I must admit, since that event, there has been immense damage control, something that I've been working on since I first became the head of the Deltano family. I was finally getting trust with this family, with the city, and it all turned to ashes in a single evening. So I'd like an explanation as to why that girl is now dead.
She looks out and over. I've heard that Beretta Pietro is supposed to be dead. Forgive me for disbelieving, but it's something that I didn't see with my own eyes. Because, apparently, the second that I collapsed, so too did she. She continues on, and actually, starts to stroke her chin. It's a curious thing. I can remember the conversation we had extremely vividly. Beretta and I, and as well as Jean Mirage and a few other of the family heads, discussed Beretta's involvement with both the train incident and her other actions throughout the city. I'm certain you're aware of how Riviera operates, she says, looking at Teach. She, shakes her head a little bit. Beretta was an ambitious individual. One who spread her net a little too far. She got involved in our business, primarily, looks over to Delilah, the Deltano family business. That, however, isn't enough for me to act. She, slides back up. Her father called me. Actually as a means of keeping an eye on her. I'm sure I don't need to tell you about how impressive the Testudo family information network is. So, we looked into Beretta's actions. We shadowed her for a time. We discovered a few fascinating things. One, her actions as the Stampede King are relatively small scale and pose no threat to us. However, she forged the most interesting relationship with, Gailardia, over the champion of Noctua. Looks over to you, Teach. I'm sure you know more about her than I do, though.
Teach just kind of blinks a bit. Yeah?
Well,
No, hold up. This is about... She stops a bit. Okay. This isn't about Beretta, then.
It is, and it is not. Beretta got herself involved in a larger... Beretta built herself a web of conspiracies that brought in the Gailardian fleet. She was under their thumb. And, coincidentally, as I brought up the fleet, I collapsed as if poisoned. She looks down at herself. So, I am unsure of what to think at this juncture. I pressed Beretta on her relations, and it seems like she had relations everywhere. The lengths she went to get that Stampede Trading Co. put together. Ridiculous. She shakes her head. But this relationship with Gailardia, what a weird thing it was. She looks over at you two. So, I'm wondering, were you aware of the fact that Beretta Pietro was a spy? And were you aware of the fact that, she stops and then looks over. How long has it been? It's been a little over a week. Well, I'm sure you're aware of the fact that she was some street gang leader at this point. She looks down and kind of shakes her head.
Teach. No, I was not aware of either.
Jeremiah figured it out pretty quickly after our encounter at the Pearly Gates. Though, her being a spy is curious to say the least.
Apparently it was some sort of a trade for the freedom of the champion of Noctua. She looks out and over. She weaved an incredibly tight web, one that I attempt to shore down to a single Riviera connection.
Well,
What do you mean she... Okay. Teach starts putting some stuff together in her head a bit. She didn't really... It kind of came a bit of surprise, but also all the pieces and general knowledge was kind of there. She just kind of pieces together the final bits of what exactly it must have meant for Noctua to get out. And she just kind of... Alright. Okay. Yeah.
So, I would like to immediately put to rest any suspicions that you have that I killed Beretta Pietro. I have no interest in that. However, I can point you to a group of interested parties that might have wished her demise. We are rather good at that. She smiles to you.
Teach kind of stops a bit. Who?
Gallardia would be interested. Tempest as well. Those two primarily.
Why would Gylardia be interested in killing one of their newest spies?
If perhaps they discovered they were compromised by Riviera. I mean, I discovered the truth, I pressed her on it, and then she vanished alongside an attempt on my life. It actually makes sense.
Teach stops a bit. So there was someone from Gylardia in the room then?
Not that I'm aware of. She smiles. But if there was, I would find out shortly.
Who was in the room?
She runs through the list. The number of people in that room. Myself, Jean Mirage, Fade, the leader of the Warhol family. Kazuya was there, of course. Beretta, and then... Oh, that's right. Right before I lost consciousness, Dario came in, dragging along some whelp that was following Beretta along. I think his name was Harp, was it? Yes, that's the one, Harp.
Teach hangs her head for a moment. Oh my god.
That name doesn't surprise me too much. He was also involved with the Pearly Gates. God, she really screwed me over.
Teach takes a moment, steps aside a bit, and just kind of like slams her face against her hand a bit.
As I told you, Martha, Beretta was doing some pretty dumbass things. I like the girl, but she was a danger to herself. Not justifying what has happened, obviously.
Well,
She was playing with fire.
Morales, if you want information, I'm afraid you've asked the wrong person. Seems like everyone wants to do everything without telling me here.
She shakes her head. I'm not interested in information. I wanted to share this to provide some context on an important situation that I left you both out of. She thinks about that a little more. I believe I got overly eager. Frustrating. I am a person who believes in results more than anything else. I believe most actions are justifiable so long as at the end of the day, everything works out all right. I messed up significantly this time. She motions to herself. My current state is proof enough of that. I'll need to be more logical and the future. She almost seems a little disappointed in the current state she's in. Luckily, I have been given a second chance at life. I have no doubt that I could have died that night. But, for some reason, I am still around. As such, I will endeavor to do better in the future. And I believed I could start that by clarifying the situation to both of you.
That's appreciated.
And
He's just silent.
that brings me to the second issue. The vault downstairs has been robbed. She slowly exhales. Now,
Delilah just fans herself. I'm surprised you'd let Martha know.
I have every intention of letting her know. I'm hoping to ask for her assistance in this matter.
She blinks a few times like, what?
I got the call, actually, a little earlier. Jean Mirage is putting together a team. Some group of people to investigate whatever happened downstairs. Here's the thing about our vault. It is protected by many, many layers of security that should... first of all, its existence should only be known to higher-ups within our organization. Second of all, the security should keep out any but the highest of the higher-ups. She looks between herself and Delilah. So, we have something of a mystery on our hands. Who robbed us when I was unconscious? Or just waking up?
Delilah narrows her eyes. That probably hasn't been made aware to you yet. Jean Mirage has been absent ever since that evening. I haven't been able to get a hold of him at all. He's been pawning off his responsibilities on us.
Well, the second I woke up, he was the first voice I heard. Delilah, you hear that and it's... Literally the moment Morales was up, she got a call from Jean Mirage. 0 times 0 hesitation. Jean Mirage just called her. She,
Interesting.
she shakes her head. It seems like he is handling the matter first and foremost, but he wishes to pool together investigators. Those capable of discovering the mystery of what happened within our vault, because we cannot afford to let what is inside there out to the public at large.
Delilah smiles.
Teach kind of. Yeah, I don't want to share money around.
Not that.
No.
Yeah.
Delilah has a very, smug smile, but then she hides it with her fan. Oh, yes. There's something far more serious in there, isn't there?
She looks around the room, and then motions with her head, and all of the guards actually walk out. Wow. I have...
Jay?
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Well, I have.
Oh.
Well, I
Oh no!
have.
Oh no! She's going unconscious again.
Oh,
I
no.
Well, I have the proper
There you go,
coordinates
you're back,
to the
Jay.
One
You're back.
Piece.
Okay, cool.
What do you have?
I have it. I believe I've said this before. It's relatively hard to earn my trust. It's something that someone needs to prove the course of their actions, not simply through words, and frankly, I outlive most fools, so...
Real quick, Jay, you're roboting a whole bunch.
Yeah.
Let's change the location!
Hello?
There we go.
There you
Okay.
go.
Okay, I changed us US East.
You're still roboting. Try dropping and rejoining call.
Okay.
Now talk.
Better now? Hello?
Yeah, much better.
Okay,
Good.
okay, cool. She,
A little bit.
still a little bit, I can try starting if that helps. I'm gonna do that.
Sure. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Yep. We're gonna take 5 minutes. Let me move us to the title screen. Okay.
Man, I am not supposed to be here. Me, haha. Cassius wants to go there to investigate, me not realizing what scene is about to happen. Oof. Cassius in the hallway looking at paintings for bits of Beretta's hair snagged in them. Looking at all the branches of the trees, like, under the rug, like, any Beretta hair, any earrings, what we got.
Draws a Beretta outline on the ground.
Here's where the stretcher was.
Hey, Delilah, while she's asleep, I was gonna say something mean, but I actually can't think of anything. Do you got anything?
To Morales.
Yeah.
Bitch.
Yeah, bitch.
No. I mean, this woman has survived on spite and been alive for nearly 200 years. I don't think.
Yeah, I'm just healing her. I'm getting her all powered up again, you know?
Do we want that?
I love you, lady. You're great.
Who is that directed towards? Delilah just looks around.
Yeah. Look, I feel like
towards
if
the
she
tree.
gets a compliment, she'll just wither to dust.
Hello? Are
Hello.
turn her into a mummy?
Yeah, the plan is just we make her feel appreciated once in her life, and she'll just turn to dust because all the spite
shut
will be
up.
gone.
Shut up! Shut up!
You're great. Thank you. You've raised a wonderful daughter, and she loves
No,
you very
don't.
much.
Stop! Don't take my power. So I sound good now? I sound okay?
Yep.
Yeah,
so
you
good.
sound good.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. She motions you closer. As you walk up. Trust for me is something that is difficult to earn. It is something that is demonstrated through action and not through hollow words. And I tend to outlive most fools who attempt to demonstrate their trustworthiness through action. She looks at the two of you, and then focuses on Delilah. 10 years ago, when you decided to enable us to walk away from the slight of letting your older sister die, you earned my trust. She turns and looks at Teach. And then, in that incident, what was it, a year ago at this point? When you brought my daughter home to me, you earned my trust. However, make no mistake, I might trust you, but I will not trust you with my life. She looks at both of you when she says this. Because, unfortunately, I know you are both good people. And given the choice between helping me, she motions to herself, and helping the city, or the world, or even another individual who is far, far kinder than I am, you will choose them, and not me. As such, she focuses on Delilah in particular. I will not trust you with my life in this case. You know what is in that vault. You know that it is the entirety of my life.
Indeed.
If it gets out, my family will be ruined. She shakes her head. If it would, answer me this. If it would benefit the city, if it would benefit Indigo as a whole, would you return to me what is secreted away in that vault, or would you let it go to the public? If letting it go would help them.
Delilah raises her fan once again. I think it will all depend on what we get to discuss after it's all said and done.
Morales, breaks into a very big and honest smile as you say that. It's been so long since the Testudos and the Deltano families have been headed by people that can converse and spar. What a delightful change of pace. She looks at you. I suppose we will discuss then. I'm looking forward to the meeting. Then she turns and looks at Teach. I'm asking you for your assistance in this case. Because I need to appoint an investigator. One of my own. And it needs to be someone that I trust, not just as a person, but with the future of my family. Because I know you care about the future of my daughter.
Teach, like, stares directly at you, and she just kind of, like, looks, and there's this smoldering underneath her skin that just kind of seems to just build, and she just stops for a moment and is like, what does family even mean to you?
Delilah smiles. She's very curious about this.
To me, there are two sides of family. There is the family that you help grow big and strong. There's the family that is your, or my, mark as a mortal upon this world. There's my name that will carry forward long after I'm gone. That is the family whose building you stand in. That is the family that heals people in the city of Indigo. And that is the family that quietly spreads itself out across the world. Then there is my daughter. I cannot weight these things. They are incomparable. She just shakes her head and looks at you plain as day. I am a cold and logical person. However, Illyria is someone who, to me, reverses my logic. As such, I can't, embarrassed to say, I can't deal with her like I deal with most aspects of my life. As such,
Shouldn't be an embarrassing thing.
She smiles at you. As such, when I say I am trusting you with something that matters as much as my life, I want to let you know that I am trusting you with her and with the future of our family name. The secrets contained within that vault. She thinks, and then just looks at you, Teach. It's not just money. For me, it is a list of blackmail. Every significant piece of information the Testudo family has collected, and the way it's been used over the years to manipulate different circumstances in our favor. We would be sunk. She looks at you dead serious. I don't wish my family to go up in flames, so I'm trusting you with its fate.
She kind of stares forward at that a bit. That doesn't... She kind of stops a bit. That's... When I say what I'm about to say, I don't mean disrespects to you as a person, but that's a load of bullshit.
She cocks an eyebrow.
What exactly do you expect me to do here? Why, you just said you wouldn't trust me with your life. And despite that, you want me to just save your family when by the sounds of it, the thing at risk here is your spreading out family. You just told, I don't care about the Testudo family. What I do care about is Illyria Morales, and you in regards to the you that cares about your daughter. All it sounds like is this is just the other side of that. Your other family. Illyria already stepped away.
She thinks about that for a second. Wow, if you think it's just desserts, that this spreading out family, as you called it, gets what it gets, that's fine. She looks back to you, though. I ask you right now because I wish to preserve the place that raised my daughter. I wish to preserve the place that raised me. I wish to preserve this identity as the Testudo. If you don't want to fight for that, I completely understand. But I don't want this monument that I have built over the years to come crashing down on my daughter. Understand that if the Testudo family just collapses, it is not as simple a thing as the clinic shuts its doors. No, 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 no. We would be ruined. And I mean that in a truer sense of the word. My daughter's little vacation across the countryside would be an exile. We wouldn't be able to live in this city anymore. She looks over. It isn't quite so life or death. As I said, I won't trust you with my life. But I care for this city a great deal. So does my daughter. I would prefer to stay if possible.
She kind of looks. And that's not something I can sign on for until I hear the other side of the story.
Hmm.
I'm not going to agree to anything until I hear what Illyria has to say about it.
She kind of nods to that. Very well. I'm sure you're wondering why I'm just not doing this myself.
You just woke up.
I can't move my legs.
Yeah. All right.
She kind of looks down and over to Delilah. As such, I wanted to bring you over here. Right now, the vault is currently being cleared out due to magical/alchemical complications. Nobody's allowed in currently, except for the Riviera heads. I believe Jean Mirage has already paid his visit. Could I ask you to perhaps take me down there so that we can pay our visit as well?
Of course. I think there's a few things we'd need to discuss anyways.
She nods. And, yeah, she nods and somebody comes in, bringing a wheelchair for her. I appreciate you both taking the time to hear me out. And I'm sorry for disrupting your classes, I understand it.
She kind of thinks about that, and then she looks and is like, send a letter next time.
Each you start to walk off. And Morales waits there for you, Delilah.
Of course. Delilah takes the handles of the chair and...
Teach stops a bit, and then turns around. Oh, and Delilah, before you agreed anything, you should ask Morales about that little talk we had at Kazuya's place.
She looks down. My. She leans in real close. You keeping more secrets from me, dear? And you see, like, the room just gets darker and her little light comes around to only illuminate her. What little secrets have you been hiding? Care to enlighten me?
She smiles. She smiles placidly as ever. Where to begin with that? I wonder if she's talking about the part where I negotiated with Kazuya directly, or the part where I offered her leadership of the Testudo family. She says this aloud while musing to herself, and then looks back to you, Delilah. I was quite serious at the time. I think she'd make a fantastic mob leader.
I think she would too. But I don't want her to be involved with this because she's too good for
it. She thinks on that. You really are different than all of your predecessors, you know that, right?
She smiles. Well, when you go through as many Del Tonos as we have recently, you need to change things up a bit if you want to survive.
You wheel Morales down to go check out the vault. Hey, Teach. There's a lot on your mind.
Yeah. Teach, actually.
Yeah? Oh?
She didn't walk straight to the exit immediately.
Yeah?
She walked to, Illyria's room.
Yeah, okay. I can put you there.
Yeah.
Let me get you over there. There you go. sit down in Illyria's room.
She kind of just looks around a bit and sees the rain kind of pattering on the glass roof over the place, and she kind of looks around, reaches inside of her coat and pulls out a little note piece of paper and stuff like that. And she just tries to write something down just in case Illyria comes by, because she doesn't think she actually has Illyria's. She might be able to call Illyria, but she doesn't know if she's like not around, then maybe she'll just stumble on back sometime.
Yeah.
She tries to leave a note to contact, and in general, she looks around the place and just kind of muses for a bit about it. She gets up, goes over here, and kind of looks at a few books up here, finding her way through and kind of finds some of the old, stuff they used to go through while they were there, and she kind of thinks about that a bit. Something like this would be a dream come true for you years ago, wouldn't it? Damn it. She leaves a note, and then she heads out. A few more things on her mind.
Teach, you head out, and night's actually settled on the city. Well, you head out, and you find yourself wandering along, and you're thinking, just asked to save the future of the Testudo family. Morellis seems awfully keen on it being you, but man, Lyria doesn't want to be involved with this. You don't want to be involved with this. Damn it. It feels like so recently you just got out of a relationship like this.
Mm-hmm.
You're still holding all the baggage and all the scars from helping Beretta out. Here you are again.
Immediately. Couldn't even go a fucking week.
Yep. Somewhere else in the city. This man thinks to himself, sitting at the big Riviera meeting table, about what's to come.
He sits there, and on the table there are several papers scattered around. There is a paper, actually, that have been sorted into two piles. One pile has a little post-it note on top of it that says, has alibi. Other pile has a post-it note that says, no alibi.
Dunk, 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 dunk. Hey, boss.
Dario. John Mirage kind of leans back in his chair. Take a seat.
Dario sits down.
Dario actually notices something kind of weird. He looks down at the table and he sees that Jean Mirage's gun is sitting on the table.
Cool. Whoa, okay, you got that on? You expecting a fight?
Not yet, but we'll see. He sits there and kind of leans back. Alright, listen, as I'm sure you already know, the vault's been robbed.
Yes, yeah, I went around, told everybody I could, situation's locked down on the bank vault.
Yes, let's hope that RNA hasn't already wiggled their damn noses into this. He says, writing down more papers, right there. As of right now, I need to form a little investigation team for this.
Oh, yeah. You heading this thing?
Unfortunately, I cannot.
Oh, that's a shame. Am I heading this thing?
John Rogers thinks to himself for a second, and he looks at Dario for a bit, and then he looks over Dario's shoulder right behind him for like a weirdly long amount of time.
Yeah?
Looks back at Dario's face. Dario, do you remember what I told you to do this morning?
Vaguely, like, all was kind of caught up when the vault got robbed. I think you told me to, He scratches the back of his head. Sorry, I did it, though. I got some guys on it.
He kind of leans in a bit. Do you remember what I told you to do 3 days ago?
3 days ago. Yeah, that was suppression of the situation, trying to stop our reputation from bleeding too much, right? I think.
Jean Mirage leans back in his chair a bit. Unfortunately, no, you cannot join the investigation team.
What? Okay.
He kind of like waves his hand in the air for a second. We need to get someone for each family.
Oh.
I'll get in contact with the leaders. Sarai has already told me who he's going to have join the team.
Oh.
He's getting that bastard son of his.
Oh, joy. Excited to have to work with that one. Sure, yeah.
Yes. He goes, Morales is yet to inform me who she's gotten. I need to reach out to Delilah and Philadelphus as well.
Knowing Morales, she's just gonna do it herself, right?
Unfortunately, Morales is currently without use of her legs.
Oh, that complicates things. Okay. He slicks back his hair. Okay. I'm curious to see. Wow, the Testudo family has no friends, though. They have no friends.
Yes.
That's hysterical. He actually relaxes back in the chair. Well, I wonder who their desperation pick's gonna be then.
Jean Mirage kind of leans back in again. And, unfortunately, due to the timing of all of this, he kind of sorts through his papers and he pulls out two papers. We're going to have to involve the Illmen on this as well.
Oh, I'm sure they're gonna love that. Like, hey, you're almost out of the family. Like, we just gotta finalize the papers. Oh, Morales croaks.
Oh yes, I'm sure Bedel's going to get quite a good laugh out of this. No. He kind of looks in. I need to figure out someone from my family.
Why can't you pick your shining star?
Pop Iris kind of looks over at him for a second, and then kind of like looks at him for a bit.
Huh?
Quite frankly, I don't think you have, how do I put this kindly? You lack a certain intuition that is required, I suppose.
Yeah. He kind of relaxes. That's why I'll always be a subsidiary family, huh?
He kind of just grunts at that, and he thinks to himself for a second. Unfortunately, Prismane is without alibi.
Oh wow, really?
Yes. Nobody saw him during that night. After I left, that is. He thinks to himself some more. Unfortunately, I cannot allow someone like Prima Donna. Dior's too young. My wife, well, she's unfortunately without alibi as well.
That's unfortunate.
He kind of stops and thinks for a minute. He then reaches into his pocket and pulls out a wallet. And, in the wallet, he pulls out very old, expired valet tickets from like years ago. He sits there and stares at those for a bit, sighs deeply, and like kind of rests his hands in his rests his head in his hands as he leans into the table. I suppose I'll have to ask her.
You reflect on that. And just in the other room, Siege. It's kind of incredible. You walk by this completely normal laundromat on your way into this bar. Absolutely run-of-the-mill. But hey,
My
your
juice
friend's
box
working
is
here.
still here. My juice box.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Let's just move that over for now.
What do we pay you for? Clean that shit up.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
that's a war memorial.
You come in looking and feeling fucking dead.
She steps up, stops for a moment, sighs. Hey, bartender, can I get the hardest water you've got on tap?
That I can do. She moves back.
She sighs.
What are you? Wow. You look worse than when I saw you last night.
Yeah.
What happened?
She stops a bit. I got called out of school
Oh. What
Yeah.
for?
because Miss Morales Testudo wanted to speak to me.
Oh. Was it about? She stops herself. Was it about Beretta?
She kind of stops a bit too. She just kind of looks around the bar and then, yeah. And beyond that, it was about a little bit more. She kind of looks. They wanted me to do a job for them, apparently.
Are you
And
going to?
I really don't want to. Absolutely not.
Then don't. She like perks up. Look, I actually talked to Fate earlier today about mob business, and it's. She like rubs her face for a second. Okay, this isn't about the mob. I don't know what happened at that party that night, but I'm so sorry I wasn't there for you. She looks at you dead in the face, and I'm so sorry that I hesitated for this long to bring it up. She looks down. I was there too. I was just downstairs,
She looks up.
and I couldn't get to her. But you were there, and she was your student, and I'm so sorry. This has to be so much worse for you. I'm so sorry.
Teach stops, stares directly at her, and just like, shut up. Please stop. She kind of puts the water aside. No, this fuck. She stops a bit and turns around the bar. No, it's not. I can feel how torn up you are, and this is so. I'm sorry. Because you're not the one who should have told something sooner.
She tilts her head.
It's Beretta. She should have told you sooner.
What do you mean?
She stops a bit, and one more time she kind of looks about the bar, and she'll be able to clock out after this.
She nods.
All right. Beretta Pietro is alive.
Christian, mark the champion of Noctua on your list.
All right, will do.
She looks at you for a second. Thinks about that. Thinks about her entire day, turning over what she wants to do, all the moping, all the soul searching. She just laughs. What have I been doing? She starts to walk over. Gets out, walks behind, throws off her apron, comes back, walks over to the door, flips it over to fucking closed. Walks over, and then just sits down next to you instead. Are you serious?
I wouldn't joke about something like this.
Oh my god, it all makes makes sense. Ugh. She puts her head down on the side of the counter and looks up at you. Bought a hat and a cape. I was calling myself the Stampede King.
She kind of turns over surprised. What?
Yeah.
She kind of just like, she's a bit surprised by that in particular. Just like, oh my god. Oh. She takes a drink of the water. Okay. All right. No. Fuck. She just kind of sits there and gives Noctua a second.
She gets a text from Dodge. It's like, hey, can you look after my pets? And she just messages back, yeah. Looks down at the phone, turns the phone off. No, this is important. She puts the phone down on the far side of the counter, and shakes her head. She's live then. How do you know?
Teach kind of sits there a bit. Yeah, she's alive. The night of the party, she went ahead and... I should tell you. Supposedly when she was talking, some strange kind of phantasm of some sort appeared. It ended up knocking her out, putting her in her state that was like death. And then she woke up in the little Testudo clinic. Apparently, same thing happened to Morales. At least that's what I guess. But she gotta like... If it was just that, that wouldn't be...
Yeah.
If it was that, I'd be able to process it a little better, but there's a bit more. Apparently, I don't... How much did you know about Beretta before everything came out?
I knew she had a double life as a gang leader. And I knew she made some sort of deal with the Kylardian command to enable me to move freely.
Teacher's just like... Yeah, I apparently learned that much too very recently. The double life thing, just a week ago. And about that other part fully, well, today. See, the thing is, that all happened, and I'm curious about why, what, and everything around that phantasm. It's been in my head for a bit, but that wasn't so far off from what she imagined. The plan was always to fake her death and move out, leave the city, escape out somewhere. And she did it. She's off somewhere right now. I didn't really ask.
Left?
She just left. Just got up and walked away.
Noctua just shakes her head. She remembers back to what she said about Cassius earlier. This isn't about Beretta Pietro. She looks up, almost relieved, drums her fingers on the counter. You know, I have to be the world's biggest patsy.
She kind of stops a bit and turns over. What do you mean by that?
I completely bought it. I got the hat, I got the cape, I was fighting the good fight.
Noctua, I did too. Put a stupidly good act up.
I was ready to join in with Riviera, figure out how it worked on the inside. What the hell am I doing? She just looks down.
She kind of stops and just kind of like, damn it. Sounded like you were about to throw away what you came here for.
To tell you the truth, I'm not really certain of what that is so much anymore.
I guess that's fair enough. A lot's happened, hasn't it?
She thinks back.
You know, because how are you feeling right now?
She looks across the table. Feeling like an idiot, but I guess
Beyond that,
a little mad.
good. Honestly, it's kind of what pissed me off. I didn't. No, hang on. Noctua. Whatever Beretta did there was. It was. She was probably trying to do a good thing. In fact, to some degree, I don't even know what her full plan was, why she was doing it to some degree. She definitely was acting against some of the stuff that was happening recently. She was trying to do something good, and she didn't even... She couldn't trust. She was afraid. She didn't know if she could do it. There was a lot going on, and she still pushed forward and did that. She was trying to do something good for the city. And... That's why I'm... No. Because... This whole reason I even just told you just now is because I was so fucking pissed off that... You told me directly that, you know, sometimes it's good to be mad at good people. Sometimes they do something stupid or end up hurting you a bit. Or a lot.
Yeah.
And seeing you sad and not angry about all this stuff just kind of made me annoyed.
Slowly exhales. You, know why I said that?
Why'd you say it? Come on.
I can't really help it. I have very few life experiences. The best I can do is project what I've been through onto others. So, when you said that I had eyes kind of like yours, I took it as an invitation to see how far I could get with that, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
She drums her fingers on the counter again. Can I tell you about where I came from?
She kind of thinks about that a bit. Yeah, it's a lot to talk about, but go ahead.
She looks out and over various wine glasses and like the sort of smeared lights. I come from Xiphos. And I was raised as a part of a family dedicated to the art of sky seal crafting. I didn't actually have to worry about the family craft myself too much. It was all them. Because, I wasn't the family head. I didn't have to worry about all that stuff. And as she talks, almost a form begins to weave itself from the smoke. You notice a small shape, and your sensitivity picks up. This tiny little gremlin scooting across the background. She
looks, and then, like, Teach looks, and then for just a split second, she's just like, oh my god. But
she continues to recount, yeah, no, completely unaware of whatever the fuck is happening. She continues to talk, as this small child in the background begins to almost play games, hiding behind the stools, hiding behind the counters, etc. She looks back almost with a wry smile. I actually lived an incredibly privileged life. If you could believe it, I barely had to work for anything. I could just make it by on being the daughter of the head blacksmith. And all that changed when my older brother died. It wasn't somebody I knew. They kept us actually pretty far apart, just in case a situation like this happened. He died of exposure. She kind of like looks over and smiles.
She
And
kind of like gets a little bitter smile on her face. Oh yeah, popular cause of death in Zyphos, so I hear.
she nods. So, the duty of inheriting the family techniques fell to me. I was going to be the new head of our family. And that, more or less, that gave me a lot of not only political power, but also a huge amount of responsibility. I wasn't I wasn't really ready for that. I didn't really understand what it involved. My family took things very, very seriously after all, so when I agreed to the trade, I found out that the person raising me actually wasn't my father at all. It's just a caretaker. She looks down and, like, thinks about it a little bit more. My father was the one who was supposed to teach the techniques of my mother to the next generation. So, we began my training. And, that also came to an end with another incident with that frostbite poison. She looks back down. Spent a long time learning how to shape sky steel. It's a really stubborn metal. Any work you put into it, it tries to fight and reject you because it's a living thing too. It wants to take its own shape. So, I tried to learn. I got a little cocky. It was just a slip up, but somebody had put poison in my food and I decided to not go through a taste tester. She kind of looks down and just slumps. I wasn't allowed to continue to be the head after that. It wasn't because of, well, the amputations or anything. They said I took a little too long recovering. So, they just moved on to the next person.
Oh. Jeez. She kind of thought a bit. I mean, did you really care too much about that position, though?
She nods very seriously.
Hmm.
It was, it's what I dedicated my life to. So, I wanted to do the best I could. That simple. Eventually, the heinous actions of my family did come to light. Zyphos realized they didn't exactly want a bunch of backstabbing murderers running their country, so my mother was allowed to continue doing whatever she wanted to do, so long as it was under house arrest, more or less. The rest of our family, our position as members of this guild, were slowly removed. This child scoots past you and almost looks up at you for a second, Teach.
She stops and looks down, just kind of distracted for a moment. Oh, God, please don't look at me like that.
The remainder of our family we were given a few choices. I was the current oldest head, and I was allowed to continue on as I were, or I could take the role of a champion. She looks over to you. My father wasn't given a choice. He was turned into the champion of Crater. She looks down at she looks down at,
Your father or your caretaker?
my actual father. I don't know what happened to my caretaker, frankly.
Oh.
She scratches the side of her head. It's
That's
a
a
long
mess.
time ago. All I remember is they used to read me stories. So, yeah. I decided I was going to bet it all on becoming the champion of Noctua. I did. She looks out and over. Feels like I was supposed to, because my family had committed so many egregious sins. Pay that off by standing for some symbol of justice. These weapons of ours have feelings of their own. They pour into your body and they make you into the hero that you should be. My father, my actual father, was a wicked man. And the second he touched that weapon, he stopped being so. He stopped being himself. He touched this bow. Nothing. She shakes her head. So, here I am, in a city that isn't even Zyphos, trying to be a champion with a fraud of a weapon. Still running to the same old. She shakes her head. I call myself the champion of Noctua, but he hasn't spoken to me once.
Huh. She kind of thinks about that a bit. Damn. You can see how that could be a bit frustrating. I know on one hand, myself, am just very happy that I could meet you. So, that's one aspect, but I know that doesn't mean too much when it comes to what it means to not hear from Noctua.
She looks down. It's just another one in a long... It's another frustration in a long series, I guess.
I don't know. From what you've told me about him, I just don't know if... Is Noctua really the kind of legend that would want to force his will on someone else?
She shakes her head. I don't think so. I wish he could give me some advice, though. I don't know what he'd do in a situation like this.
Situation like this? Like what specifically? What
do you do? What would you do? if you didn't know... She's struggling with the words a lot. He never struggled with being a hero. How can I be a...
She stops you there. She's like, wait, hold on. What? No.
She starts to actually... go on.
Yeah. No, stop right there. Hang on. That's just wrong, though. You've already explained to me in multiple times in his story, and then just in general, of course he struggled to be a hero. I mean, you're the Noctua expert. You got it. You should be lecturing me on how much he struggled, right?
Yeah, no, it's different, though. She stands up, and the child behind you actually rallies along with you. Like, hell yeah, tell him, T. She rallies.
How is it different?
He could fight so hard because the people he fought for didn't hurt him so much.
Tell that to Kato. No, I'm sorry.
That's a piece of shit.
It sounds like you're dealing with a lot of pieces of shit, Noctua.
I'm just sick of it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. You could just be sick of it. You can be angry, but I mean, fuck, what? Guy struggled for so long, didn't he?
You curse, and the child recoils.
She's just like, shh.
Noctua just looks down. I don't know how I'm supposed to fight for people. I don't know how I'm supposed to fight people, and it's just another way that I'm going to wind up hurt.
She's kind of like looking a bit. Yeah. Oh. She kind of thinks a bit about that. It's a lot. It's a big burden doing that. But I mean, hell, it's also something that I think you're struggling a little harder with right now too. You've been tossed into the situation where I don't even think Noctua himself would be able to get out of this one. I don't think he's ever been to a city this big and this cutthroat. Is there a legendary Noctua tale of him navigating a ton of political intrigue and trying to do the right thing when everyone wants to point him like a weapon somewhere else?
No.
Hmm. Yeah, there aren't many legends like that. But she kind of thinks about that. It's probably because legends really stopped being written so heavily by the time something like this would happen. Guess it's new territory. She kind of turns over a bit to Noctua and just kind of like, I want to ask you again. This isn't some fault as a champion of Noctua for failing at any sort of goal to reach with him. Why? What's really tearing you up? And like, be a little angry about it. What's frustrating you?
She draws herself up and like regains some of her composure. I think it's because I don't understand. I don't get the same virtue that everybody else is going for. I don't get why Cassius can try so hard for the city. I don't get this image of Indigo as a place. I don't get how it's a virtue worth fighting for, and I don't get how it's a virtue worth hurting people for. I don't get how Beretta could act like she did. I don't understand how it could all have been worth it in the end. I don't understand how Cassius can go out there every day and work for the sake of other people that... She trails off a little bit. And I don't understand how you can tear yourself up so bad for your students either.
She kind of thinks about that a little bit. Yeah. You want to know a bit of truth?
Mm.
I don't really get it either.
Really?
Yeah, really. I mean, to some degree. I guess it's just because I care, but to actually sit down and say directly that I care about, I care about a lot of people, sorta, but it all... You woke me up to the fact that doesn't mean I gotta be tearing myself down up for them, and well, it looks like I fucked that up a little bit.
She thinks. You came in here bearing a new burden, and that sucks to see.
She kind of thinks about that too. Yeah, it does. And well, that's the thing that kind of pisses me off a little bit, isn't it? It's just every time a new burden seems to pop up and try to threaten a shoulder, you gotta shoulder it out of nowhere. Just there it is. But at least this time, the reason I'm doing it is because it's, well, it's a friend of mine, Illyria Testerdo, and I sure as hell, it's a lot of struggle, a lot of different points, because I'm going to tell you, I don't get it either. I don't get why people would just... I get why people would... I don't... It's all a bit confusing. But I know that at least it'd be really sad if one of my friends got hurt. It'd be really frustrated if something like this happens, and I'm not really prepared for them hurting themselves for something that I don't care about or that I feel like is unjust. It feels like people just toss themselves under a bus, and I guess one part of my brain just doesn't click with that too well. But I know Beretta probably has a reason. After all, she did say there was something to leave off to for you.
She tilts her head.
Before she left, she'd mentioned to go treasure hunting. You know, the treasure we laid in the camp trip. She might have big theatrical, whatever. She might have left something there, some kind of message or something.
She thinks on that a little longer. Oh, so she might have had a plan or something?
Maybe, if that's it. Might be able to see that. She kind of stops a bit. Okay, hang on. Before that, though, there's a lot to process with this. I understand that. I feel like I'm a little lost right now, too, because there's just so much going on, so much hitting at once. My brain's honestly firing off. I feel like I should have the answers for everything, but nothing comes to the front. Everything just sits back and smolders, and it kind of pisses me off a little bit.
She nods.
But there's, again, a lot of questions in my mind right now, but there's one friend in front of me, and I want them to be the top priority right now, so, hey, Noctua.
Yeah.
What? Can you just... I'm here to help you. You specifically, and any other of my friends that are going through and having to deal with all this crap. What's been happening? What's been happening to you? Is there something... It sounds like you've had a pretty busy week.
She puts her head down again. Oh, I put on a hat.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I fought back against Tempest because I think they're kidnapping people, and Beretta got involved in it.
Peach looks a bit serious at that. Really?
Yeah. We think. I don't know. I'm just helping where I can. Right now, I'm just trying to get money because, She looks at you very seriously, Teach. What matters most to me right now, I think, I'm trying to get money because I want to go on a trip.
Yeah?
She nods. At the end of the month, I'm going to see the rest of Windrose. I'm just going to be gone for a month, but I think I need to do this. Especially after tonight. She looks at you, Teach. I need help getting around sometimes. I don't know if you could put off going to work for an entire month, but...
She thinks about that and kind of like rubs her forehead. Really wish I could. It's on short notice, though. I highly doubt I'd be able to even pay rent while I'm gone.
Yeah.
Let alone do expenses.
I'm sorry. That was...
Oh, no, it's fine. It's an interesting idea. If you can find someone else at the end of the... She kind of stops a bit. You know, I really would like to go, but I don't know if I want to make you wait a couple more months on that one.
That's fine.
She kind of stops a bit. This all feels... I guess that's really it, huh? It all comes down to that again and again and again. Is it even possible to help people without hurting them eventually?
Noctua looks over. I'd like to hope so. Cassius seems to have figured it out.
She kind of thinks about that. Maybe. I guess. She kind of sits back a bit and leans on the chair. someone stole a shit ton of money from the mob's vault down underneath Pinion Tower.
What?
Yep. It's enough to tank the entire damn organization, maybe, if it all gets out. Blackmail, money, etc.
And you've got to handle that?
They want me to. And the whole reason they did it is because they're holding the fact that if I don't, Illyria Testado will probably have to leave the city. My friend will have to go. And I've also noticed that apparently more and more people are pushing you around too. You just said it, you're some kind of patsy.
I feel like one.
Quit it. You gotta make a goal. Stop being a patsy.
I'll try. Maybe it'll start with me figuring out what the heck Beretta was up to.
Maybe. She also kind of thinks a bit about that. Sounds like you got a lot of stuff to sort out. I do too. Hopping in to help other people. It's all fine and good until you realize that you're not even thinking about why you're doing it. You're just doing it because it feels like what you have to do.
You say that to her and she just shuts the fuck up.
She turns over a bit. You know, again, you told me about how you're supposed to be mad at people who are good when they're doing bad things.
She nods.
You also told me, earnestly, that you wanted to see this city, you wanted to learn about it, you wanted to explore it.
She nods.
Sounds like very quickly you got swept away from what you really wanted. Right before you even got to make a call about Indigo or the people in it, immediately a bunch of people tried to get you on board with saving it. Sure, there's a ton of great reasons, but I'll tell you one thing, I've been here for a long, long time, and... well... nah. She kind of thinks a bit about it. Honestly, Noctua, I think you can find a reason for yourself.
She nods and thinks. And the small child is beside you, claps you on the shoulder, gives you a big missing tooth grin, and slowly fades away.
Teach almost has to hold back tears. Oh my god.
Noctua is just staring at you, same implacable expression as always.
You were probably really enthusiastic and fun as a child. Like, actively, no cares in the world, weren't you?
She smiles. You see a little bit of that spark return. I've been told I was a real problem.
Well, by the sound of it, maybe you still are.
She looks over. I looked up to some has-been, some lech of a champion, just because I thought he was cool and different. And, that was enough for me. And then I got into the business, and I kind of lost track of that. She thinks, and then stands up. Okay. Well, here's to me finding out. I think I'm gonna go make a mistake.
Teach kind of stops a moment and stands up. Hey, Noctua.
Yeah?
Forgive me if my customs are a bit off, but she reaches up and takes off her glasses, sticks them in her coat, and she puts her hands on Noctua's shoulders a bit and moves up and presses her forehead against her, just stares her directly in the eyes, says, "Not gonna let this city eat you up, so just make sure it doesn't eat me, okay?"
She starts to tear up as this happens. And she nods, and you hear a jingle from the far side of the room. As Noctua's fucking crying over here. Delilah, you wander in and see that.
Oh, no. Oh, dear. Delilah walks on up, looks at Teach and sees that they're both crying. What the hell did you do to y'all?
She's actually doing pretty all right there. She held back the tears. It's not
crying.
there anymore, but Noctua's crying, yeah. She's just like... she kind of like... just quickly rubs Noctua's back real quick, like gives it a pat. Hey, yeah. We were just talking about some personal stuff, honestly.
Oh. She stops. I didn't mean to interrupt.
She stares directly at you, yeah.
No, Noctua stands up. No, I'm determined now. She draws up to her full height. Boss, can I take the rest of the night off, please? I don't think anybody else is coming in. I need to go hunt a treasure.
Delilah smiles. Of course, dear. But if you're going out searching for that treasure tonight, and she hands over her umbrella, you're gonna need that.
Thank you. She nods and flashes you a smile. And then gets herself ready and fucking takes off into the night.
She kind of stops a bit and looks a bit worried. She turns over. All your business gets sorted?
Oh dear. Well, as much as we can tonight. So my plan is, I guess I do have one customer at least. And you see Delilah, contrary to what you might expect from her, she does not go all the way around. She actually just hops right over the counter. It's a little difficult because she's very small.
Yeah.
But she makes it, and she kind of fumbles to the other side, and then she pops right back up, and she has a bottle and a couple of glasses. It's on the house for tonight.
She kind of thinks about that. Yeah, you know what? Sure. I'm gonna tell you now because you'll feel bad afterwards if I don't. Probably. I have a liver condition. I can't have alcohol frequently, but she kind of speaks up again. Occasionally, like I can have a little bit, like just once a month, just something, as a treat. I'm not gonna decline a free treat. So.
Well.
Sure.
If it's going to harm you, let's make a deal then. You get one glass.
Only one.
Very well, then let's make sure it's a very special one. She gestures to the wall. There are, as you can see, dozens upon dozens of bottles. Any one of them.
She kind of leans back a bit. Wow. Okay. You're gonna give me option paralysis. Oh no.
Well, you can think on it then, and we'll start with, what is this? She looks at the hard water.
That's just water. She just takes a drink. She kind of sits forward a little bit and rests her elbows on the thing a little bit. So here's a question. This is always a fun one to ask, as long as people are willing to play and ball with it, and generally they aren't because, work, but give me a glass of something that makes you think would be me, just off of first impressions.
Something that would be like you.
Something for Martha Teach.
Something specifically for Martha Teach. Well, first I'd need to find something not terribly strong. She spins around. Just because you're already quite strong in multiple regards. Plus, I think something of a more recent brand, just because you're a younger lady.
She kind of stops and looks at you. Well, thank you. That's so kind of you.
I'm around. Am I mistaken?
Yeah, I'm 43. But it's always nice to hear compliments like that.
Delilah smiles. Wow, I am shocked to hear that.
She kind of nods her head. Yep. If anything, you should be calling me ma'am. Don't actually, though. That's fine.
Well, no. Since I'm around, you are still but a child compared to me. She smiles.
She stops and looks. No way. You telling me you're older than me?
Not
How
by
much?
Not by much. Just a year, dear. But still, I am older than you.
What? She kind of leans over. No way. I don't believe that. You look charming.
She spins. Well, thank you. I'm right back at you. Now, let's see here. I also think it needs to be something that burns a little. Because you are the type that has a warm heart. And when you set your mind to something, it doesn't escape your sight. So, probably a bourbon of some sort.
Like in the direction this is going, yeah.
But, you know, maybe... She spins around. Maybe something with a little fruit. No other reason than you need something a little sweet.
She kind of thinks about that. Well, yeah, that sounds pretty good. I'd be up for that.
And maybe something that fits you most disappointingly. And she actually like picks up a little stool and moves it over, and you see that she still has to go on her tippy toes to actually reach the bottle. A one of a kind. A lonely bottle, one that does not have much family. Not many friends, unfortunately. Though, it deserves many.
She kind of like... Yeah, it sounds about right.
Is that chair all right? It's very squeaky. Are you right there?
Yeah. Are you gonna pour me a glass? Got
I
a
am.
great review.
Mm-hmm. She pours it, and you see her like pull out another glass, and she pours that one as well, and just sits it there, and doesn't take a drink immediately. Martha, I regret you being pulled into all of this. It is incredibly unfair to you.
She kind of thinks about that a little bit. She holds the glass for a moment and just kind of looks at it. I don't think you have anything to regret. It wasn't your say.
No, but I could have pressed a little harder to go against her. But I feel like my reputation with Riviera has already been damaged severely more than once. So, I was being a bit selfish, unfortunately.
Teacha takes a drink of the from the glass, just kind of sipping down and savoring it. Oh man, yeah, this is... Oh, this is good. Oh, read like a book. Damn.
She slides the bottle over. I know you can't drink it very often, but in case you do some way down the road, you need another little remembrance. Or something to... Hell, I don't know. I'm not very good at words today. I'm frazzled, dear.
She kind of... I think I can relate to that. She kind of pulls over. Maybe another day, though. That might just be a reality. She kind of turns over, whether we want it to or not. But she kind of looks at the bottle. I think I know someone else who could maybe appreciate this one.
Oh?
She just walked out the door.
She's a drinker?
She kind of thinks, I'm sure she could try.
Well then, try usually means she hasn't done it very often, or has
Well, I don't actually know. I shouldn't slander my friend. She takes another drink, kind of sips it down. Hey, can I ask you a question?
By all means, dear.
Kind of bounced around the room earlier and never really got that answer. Just open question. You think it's possible to help people or be with people and never hurt them?
She thinks about that for a moment. I think it could be done. But you'd be the one that gets hurt.
Teach just kind of grins at that a bit, but it's not really like a happy, oh, that's good grin. It's more of like a, oh, fuck.
So that's just how it is, dear.
Yeah, I guess it is. Yes, then. Yeah. How do you deal with that then? How do you steel yourself to hurt someone?
Well, you do your best to make sure it is as minimal as possible. Understand that if you are going to do this, that there must be a good reason to do it. There's a reason that we Deltanos cherish honesty over a lie. Honesty usually hurts a little bit of everyone, but it is necessary to grow, because with that trust, we can rely on one another, so that if we are hurting ourselves to help someone else, well, maybe someone can swoop on in and give us a little hand.
Guess that's true, yeah. Yes, of course. You know, telling the truth would end up killing someone.
She thinks about that. But I guess it really all depends then. How important is that honesty? Because it could also save someone. It's a dangerous game, unfortunately. But I can guarantee you it's always better than a lie. Because as a lie builds, it grows and grows and grows. And the worst part about a lie is it will always hurt everyone but the one who told it. Because once you're honest, that's when the liar gets hurt.
She kind of thinks about that. Yeah. Well, nah, a little bit. Basically true. You got someone callous. But you're absolutely right. It does suck to lie. And liars end up... I think the idea that a lie doesn't hurt the liar is a bit wrong.
Really?
Depends on the liar, but... He just takes a drink.
Teach dies in real time.
Yeah!
I see.
She finishes her glass, actually getting the last bit of it down. Thank you.
Of course, dear. If you need anything, just let me know. You've done a lot for us. You may not realize it, but you really have.
She kind of thinks about that. Yeah, don't worry about it. Seriously. Don't, because I didn't really intend to. If you're gonna offer me help or do anything like that, just do it because you want to help me for me.
Of course.
She kind of looks at the bottle a bit. I'd love to stay and chat, but I gotta go catch up with someone.
Looks like Delilah wants to ask something else, but she smiles. Well, you best get trucking. And unfortunately, she already has my umbrella, so you're shit out of luck.
She kind of looks at herself. Her clothes are already soaked through, and honestly, she's got like some mud on her boots and stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my clothes are already ruined. It's fine. She kind of stands up. Yeah. Catch you later, Delilah.
See you around, Martha. Always a pleasure.
Smile. You smile as she goes out of that cozy late night bar, and there's a somber attitude, but you do actually get the feeling Teach is doing a lot better than before. I'm gonna make an assumption. I want to show this.
God, that's adorable.
That's a wonderful bond up.
Teach, you go out. Delilah, you're left alone, tending to a bar. It feels like the last few days have been almost entirely tending after others. Noctua did not do a good job of cleaning up.
Delilah actually smiles and keeps me distracted.
Aw.
You go back to it,
Pain.
and we're gonna move into the finale of what's happening. So,
Jay, I sent you something.
oh yeah, I saw. I'm ready for it. I'm ready. Sometime this night, late, the various Tide members are training.
Wait.
They in the basement of this place. It's actually like, okay, to describe the Tide HQ, it is this gigantic ship. It's this behemoth that has been rammed into the shore. And Vaughn is in the middle of training his pupils when someone comes down the stairs. Master Vaughn, are you down here?
Oh, great.
Come on, Locke, let's take 5. Master Vaughn.
Yes, Meadow?
We've been calling you for the past 15 minutes.
Oh, sorry, if you haven't noticed, I don't have a phone on me currently, given that I'm currently in my fucking basement.
Well, that's a real shame, because we've got something of a situation.
Oh, and what's that?
I'm going to need you and your boys to do a little bit of a better job watching Pinion Tower. There's been a robbery, and not only are we deeply, deeply, deeply now afraid that one of our VIPs will get hurt. The vault that was robbed was Riviera involved. He leans in. That seems like a perfectly good opportunity to snap down on the local crime organization, don't you think? Really prove your worth as up-and-coming police officers, right? Karsh spits when he hears the term police officer.
Vaughn kind of like tilts his head for a side for a second. You see like a vein split in his forehead for a second. Last I checked, Maddow, wasn't you RNA supposed to be the one in charge of guarding the tower? And we just charged him outside?
Yes, well, as far as Pinion Tower itself goes, our guards are... They mean well, but at the same time, they are not trained in the same way that you are. They're mostly here to guard the sail, make sure everything goes well in that regard. Pinion Bank was guarded by local people. I believe they hired on a... Who was it? That's right. His name was Captain Garai, I think. He's one of your boys, isn't he? He was in charge of the vault, and it's a real shame what happened under his direct supervision.
Vaughn kind of thinks to himself for a second there, considers pointing out that Garai is former Tide, and decides not to.
Yeah, that's a real shame about that. Regardless, all I'm saying is, it is in your best interests to keep Master Gwyn happy, and his own current interests are aligned with, binding down a little bit more on the unsavory criminal element that has run amok in this city for quite some time. Now, that vault, from what I understand, had a lot of dirty money in it. I think you could do us all a favor if you and the Tide could find that money and make sure that it found its way back to more deserving places. And criminals that preserved that vault found their way behind bars. After all, you are one of the few organizations in the city with authority to jail people. What do you say you bag some criminals? He pats you on the shoulder very condescendingly.
Vaughn brushes his hand off, brow furrows. Fine. We'll do it. He kind of stops for a second. However, he points at Mato. I don't want your damn fingers anywhere near this. 'Cause I've known you.
He stops. I wouldn't dream of it. Master Gwyn has no intention of getting involved with Riviera. And after all, they are heroes of the empty night, just the same as you. It would be wonderful if this problem sorted itself out. After all, you and Riviera both are representatives, I believe, of the best parts of Indigo. The type that'll stand up when injustice is done. It's just in this instance, they happen to be the unjust ones. They're criminals, after all. He kind of waves as he walks away. So, I'm going to send something to the order of 500,000 vol directly into your account. get whatever gear you want from the RNA and arsenal, and I want to see your boys out on the streets soon.
He kind of like presses his fingers between his between the bridge's nose and goes, "Fine, just go."
He waves, exits.
He Vaughn looks up the stairs and kind of like looks back over at Karsh and Locke. Karsh, Locke, get ready. We have a hunt to go on.
You prepare yourselves. Teach. You, on the other hand, run and run and run. And you can move fucking fast when you want to. On the other hand, Noctua's prosthetics are not the ones she moves best in. You catch up with her. You don't talk much on the walk, but there's a solidarity between the two of you. Until you make it back. All the way to those woods that you visited. What feels like an eternity ago.
How long did it take to get here?
5 hours! It is
Teach is
3
exhausted.
a.m.
Oh.
You
Teach,
walked in a fucking storm.
Teach moves up, and she's exhausted, tired, but she also looks just like, hey,
Yeah?
it's right here. Remember your plush doll?
I would
You're
have loved
sitting
to
right
have seen
there.
it.
No, that's why I think it came to mind too. I guess subconsciously I wanted to take you here anyways. Oh god.
Can't believe we made it. What the hell are we doing? Okay. Digging up the treasure.
You gotta look to the ground. Yeah.
I wonder what she was planning.
Find out. She actually produces a shovel. I imagine she stopped by with her to grab something. She starts digging through the mushy mud that was there. Again, her boots sinking into it as they go. Honestly, if anyone were to walk on them right now, it looks like they'd be burying a body. And Teach is a little confident. No matter the tailors, no one's going to follow them this far in one night, 5 hours out of town in the rain. Even if they know they go, they don't know what they're doing. This is the best time to do this. But she's really annoyed. Anyways, this sucks.
You go, and you get to digging. And you dig, and you dig, and you dig. And you find a bottle. Just as you expected.
Teach takes it out and takes a moment to try to, like, slip her finger in to get it out, but also there it's like, she kind of looks like she's about to ask Noctua, and then she sees Noctua's prosthetic, and she grabs it by the edge and then just smacks the bottle against the boat and cracks it and then takes the little slip out.
You crack it, and you take the note out. Look down at it. And just a few words are written. Precious memories. I would never leave this place without a few more. You look down at the note. You think. Noctua, looking closer. So what does it mean?
Teach stares directly at the note. Rain has started to pull on it, and water seems to soak into the page. She just kind of hands over the note. And then she just kind of stares off. It's kind of hard to get her expression in the rain as she looks. But she kind of stops, moves closer. It means it's not good enough.
What?
That's it. That's all.
Noctua looks down at the note.
What do you...
We walked all this way out for that. Does it mean she's still alive? Is that... I think that's what the note says. I think... I found that out 5 hours ago. Noctua starts to laugh.
Oh, God. time to walk back, huh?
I guess so. She starts to walk. This is all a joke, right?
Teach just kind of stares. She stops a bit, and then she kind of just feels the rain a bit and takes off her glasses for a moment and just kind of just stands there and just, yeah, it's all just one sick joke, isn't it?
You start to walk back and there isn't much conversation as you go. It's a very somber way back as the reality of what you just did sets in. You go and you go and you go and you walk and you walk and you walk. You're both drenched. You look like shit. It's so much. You bid farewell to Noctua at the city gates. Both go in your opposite directions. You realize your fucking clothes are ruined. Noctua makes it back to her apartment. She comes up to her door and notices something taped to the front of it. She leans in, thinking about it, and starts to read. This is a note from Cassius. Her eyes scope in a little bit more. Dear Noctua, since I have a head start, I'll give you some time to catch up. I'm going to Raoji. Watch the house for me while I'm gone, please. On the back, I've left a list I was planning to do for the next 2 weeks. While I'm gone, if you're not busy, here are some things you can do to play catch-up on being good to the people of Indigo. See if they can help you shape this, if they help you find the shape the city takes for you, as much as you can while I'm away. Excited to see how it looks for you when I get back. When flipped over, a very long, loose list falls, extending to the floor. Noctua just looks at it, blinks a few times. Oh, he's in Raoji now. She thinks back. Earlier yesterday, I guess, Cassius, having caught a lead for a split second, charged across the city from place to place, discovering Beretta Pietro's exact path. That book he found. That's right, actually. It all connects up. Those are the names of people on the docks. It makes sense. If I go to the docks, I can figure something out. Maybe I can find someone there. You spoke to a ship captain. One thing led to another, and you discovered, actually, that people matching the Pietro's description disappeared from the docks the other night. Apparently, they're headed to Raoji. Almost panicking, like you caught the trail, you got up on the back of the ship. And then realized, wait, shit, hold on, wait. I'm leaving
I've never left the city before.
And then you took the most reasonable follow-up choice. You grabbed Dodge.
I got Dodge. I called like 4 people and got Dodge and left.
You called a few people and you immediately contacted Dodge like, yo, I'm leaving the city. This is what we're going to do. You fucked off with him. Meanwhile, Dodge, back in his apartment, texts Noctua to watch after his pets, leading Noctua to turn off her cell phone. Noctua
turns on her cell phone. 7 missed calls from Cassius.
She looks down. Oh no. Cassius is currently on a boat to Raoji.
Teach also similarly has several like text messages that are just
Oh yeah, she probably gets home and sees Zoe and tries to contact back and gets a no caller number and is just like, what?
Beretta, did you really think you could just go missing? That's so cute.
Noctua just blinks a few times, giant open eyes, drenched fucking through with mud still. I see. And then there's a sound from downstairs. A few people move up.
Sorry, I can't protect you now.
Oh, nope. A few folks head in. They move up right as Noctua comes back, and she like tilts her head, looking over at them. Hey, You the champion of Noctua? She nods. We're going to have to ask you to come with us.
I'm sorry, Noctua, I can't protect you now.
She looks back and forth. I'm sorry, please don't create a scene here. I have roommates who are, I think, still sleeping. We waited for a moment that they're out. They move over and surround her.
You sure you don't want to fight?
I'm too tired at this point, and it turns out I was fighting you guys for the wrong reasons.
Fucking slaps a hand on her back. That's alright, there's always later.
Okay. Noctua, just thoroughly defeated from the night's events, is led away by the Calamity Tempest. Almost like, at this point, she's just tired. She's like, yeah, might as well happen, I guess. Maybe I can talk to them about what Beretta was planning. She travels along. A new area of the district, and the storm finally having cleared. She moves past, and almost exactly as she expects, people see Tempest, and they see the champion of Noctua, and they actually start to turn and kind of fuck off a little bit. She just looks down. The procession continues. Something unexpected happens. It's something relatively small. Honestly, an effort, extremely minor, not quite enough to reverse the situation by any degree. But in a moment, there's a cry, and someone actually jumps from one of the upper buildings, and there's a whack on the back of this person's head. As someone, just a random passerby, strikes one of the Tempest guards, and they sort of let go of Noctua for a second. She blinks a few times. The guy flashes his thumbs up.
Yeah, this guy! It's this guy! Yeah!
Yeah.
Thanks, Stampede King. He tries to scoot back. The Tempest grunt takes a step forward to grab the man. And for a second, Noctua dittos a movement that she saw earlier. As he reaches back, she grabs the crook of his elbow and stops him from moving forwards. The man scoots away, and Noctua slowly lets out a breath. That makes everything a whole lot easier. The Tempest guards both turn back and look at her. And she smiles at them. I think I found the first person who did their very best to remember my name. She beams them a smile, cricks her arms back, and gets into a fighting stance.
Here we go!
Meanwhile, Teach, you've been walking for so fucking long. Everything hurts. Your boots are fucking wrecked. And you realize, I gotta go to the fucking dry cleaners. Yeah, I was there earlier. God damn it, I gotta clean this shit off. So you start walking more to the other side of the city.
Dude, you get home just to change clothes, and then you have to walk all the way to the other side of the city.
Yep.
And probably to work.
Yep. Someone's panning, running up behind you.
Teach stops, and she looks over with this exhausted look, but then kind of goes a little, what? What's going on?
Noctua has she has like a little blood smeared across the side of her face.
She kind of walks over and kind of reaches up and kind of grabs at it real quick. What's going on? Are you okay?
Sorry, yeah, I'm actually doing fine. I'm doing fine. I was thinking about what I was gonna say on that long, big walk back with you, but nothing came to mind. But, something just jogged my memory, actually. I still don't I don't get it. I don't get what you're going for. I don't understand this place called Indigo. I really don't. She shakes her head. But, I think it's starting to click just a little bit. I want to be a hero more than anything. But ultimately, it's not me that gets to decide that. I could be a good person or I could not. It ultimately doesn't matter. So, she crosses her arms. I feel like you all told me this lesson. I just gotta get it through my head. It's not necessarily about what other people want for me. Because they're going to say what they want. They're gonna say and do what they want already. I can't stop it. If I'm going to be a patsy, then I'm going to be a patsy. Her eyes squint shut. The important part is, if I'm gonna be a hero to begin with, She gets determined for a second, screws up her entire concentration, and then, takes a step back. And then she takes a step forward and headbutts you. I want to be your hero. I want to be Cassius's hero. I want to be the hero of the people that bother to remember me and care for me. If Indigo is a big and beautiful place worth fighting for, I think I found it in the very few people that I'll actually take up arms for. She takes a step back. I don't get Indigo as a place, but when it comes down to it, you're my Indigo. So, I'm gonna do my best. I'm not gonna tolerate evil where I see it. I'm gonna try to be a hero for the people I care about.
Teach looks across, and when she says all that, there's a weird response. When all of this is said straight up to Teach, there's a look of like nostalgia almost.
Yeah.
And a little bitterness. But there is also a smile there. And again, she's like, "You almost broke my glasses." And she takes off her glasses again, puts them away, and then walks up and again headbutts her now too. Hey, thank you.
She nods against your head.
You're already more my hero, dumbass.
She looks deadly serious at that, internalizes it, absorbs the validation, and then says some words that you haven't heard in a long time, if ever. Well then, I'm not going anywhere. And
she stops and just like, oh my god, if I cry in this bridge again, this is going to be embarrassing. She stops a bit, composes herself. I'm going to keep you to that. If you break that promise, I'm going to be really mad.
She nods. It'll be easily done. Because I'm realizing I thought I was alone in this place, but I'm really not. She smiles while looking at you. You hear thundering footfalls from behind her as a group of guards runs up and just runs directly past you and into Seaside.
Guy gives Noctua a huge grin and looking at you. I'm watching you, I think, to eyes, but in a really rambunctious, friendly way.
He does not, actually. Oh. Those people run by one after the other. As someone stands just watching the situation, grinning ear to ear.
You're right, he fucking does. Hojo, you legend!
I'm happy that Hojo likes Noctua so much. It makes my heart happy.
Teach kind of turns over and sees him and just kind of like, all right, sure, I guess a little bit. She kind of goes over and gives Noctua a bit of a hug. Oh man. She kind of pulls back a bit after that. Alrighty. Well, that's what we're trying to do, I guess, both of us.
She nods with determination.
I don't know if that's going to be good enough for me, but makes me happier than can be to know that that's what you want to do.
Absolutely. I realize whatever I'm going through, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. And I know I'm strong enough to face it. So, it should be a simple thing, she says, turning around, smiling and turning around, to face anything that you're going through as well, right?
She kind of stops and thinks about that. Hopefully.
Well, shall we? She smiles. I'm very hungry.
You're gonna have to wait. She kind of gestures to herself. She's absolutely covered in filth still.
Oh, right, yeah. I could use a change of clothes as well.
Just gonna go to the tailor's.
Shall we? She smiles.
Yeah, sure, why not? Let's go.
Teach, you go back into the city. The storm is cleared. You feel like a lot has returned to you. As you're going through, you have this new confusing weight to you, but at the very least, it's refreshing to see someone else. You're not quite sure how, you're not quite sure when, find themselves. You start to wander the streets, looking like a fucking wreck. You walk back to your apartment. And you look around, feeling the air of the city changed. Storm cleared. Noctua wandering in front of you. Oh, you're going to the tailor's, though.
Yeah.
Why? Lab coat not good enough for you now?
She kind of looks at herself. Oh, I love this look. This is great. Is the tailor forward or which way?
This way.
All right. She kind of walks with you. I mean, this is all great and stuff, but this is look, I care a lot about fashion. I'm going to tell you that much. And more what it means for me and stuff. It's something that I can choose to look however I want, and that's great. She kind of looks at herself. No big plans. 10 hours to figure that out. So, I ruin these anyways, so... I might have spares at this. This is like my get-up, you know, but... I want to wear something that's less me.
You open the door. Oh my, can I help you? This nice hummingbird person moves forward.
She kind of stops a bit and thinks, yeah. She kind of holds there and just looks around. Can you get something fit for tomorrow?
I think we can do something about that.
Okay.
What?
He kind of thinks about that. Yeah, what is he gonna...
Exactly are you looking for?
She kind of thinks about that a little bit, too. Got any good suits?
With a big smile, he nods. Noctua takes a step forward, hits you on the back. I'd love to see it. A teach that's a little less teach.
She kind of thinks about that a bit. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. That'll be something nice.
On the other side of the city, someone else quietly makes their plans. All across the city, in fact. It feels like the gears are in motion again. Riviera's on the move, the tide's moving as well. The chaos left behind by Beretta Pietro's apparent death was just the opening note of this song. What would continue on from here is ultimately up to you to decide. However, there's one final note to end off on. In an abandoned concert hall, a union point for the various Riviera factions, someone sits chatting pleasantly on their cell phone.
Alright. Man leans back in his chair and gets nice and comfy. So, tell me, what kind of list you got here for me? He pulls out a notepad and begins writing down things on it. Notepad on the top says, hit list. Alright. John Mirage Iris. Morales Testudo. Lila Deltano. Underneath that starts a new list. Fair game list. Writes several names on it. Among these names, let's see, Fade Philadelphus, Sarai Scarlatti, and thinks to himself, Chantilly Iris. Writes that down. And then below that, no-go list. Okay. Alright. Martha Teach. Writes that down. And then one last name. I don't exactly recognize that name, but sure. Writes down Sonder.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
And with that, we begin
Hell yeah!
Chapter 2 in earnest. Oh, J-Man, that was so spicy. Oh, that was so spicy.
New month.
New month, we're turning over, and oh boy. You know, new arc, new chapter, new teach, new title card.
Uh-oh. What the fuck?
Thank you all so much for joining us tonight, and I hope you enjoy Chapter 2 of Forgotten Indigo.
It's gonna be good.
That was great.
It's gonna be a good one. Oh, we get to play the main theme. Yeah! Get used to this one. Oh boy. Good fucking work, everyone. Thank you for staying up. Thank you for doing this. This was a really good one. Thank you for sticking through all of the pain, because there was a lot of that.
Oh,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Whew,
Yeah.
God. Let's do this thing. J-Man, we got fan art, right?
Yep.
Oh, shit!
No.
Yeah.
I forgot about this part.
Me too. We're back. It's nice.
Yeah.
Alright,
Let me-
you guys be able to see? Can everybody see?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so let's get started. So, first up, thank you again, Peter, for making this for us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep. And first up from Lester 2020, we have Dal Nathwa.
Aw.
Daltua.
Aww.
Yep. And then from Nervous Dragon, we have the Red Tower.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
the
nice.
little clay constructions, and it's a
These are
double-sided
so
one.
Good.
There are
Yeah.
a couple of those.
I
Nice.
love this. We don't
Aw.
have any clay like. This is the first clay fan art like this I think we've had, and it's very
Good
cool.
job with the handicrafts. It's great.
That person
Devotedly
has
Star?
done a lot of them.
They're really good.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Teach his
then-
friends.
Oh, is it from Nervous Dragon? Yeah, not.
Slug.
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 I love slug.
From Joktua.
Yeah, classic Joktua.
Ah.
Oh.
And from God of the Trash.
Oh, that's cute. Fucking love that.
Got a Cassius from
Oh.
Nervous Dragon.
Aw.
Oh, very nice.
Here we have a bunch of folks.
Ooh. Oh.
Oh, that's great.
Assortment.
It says
We are in the end. Oh, you go.
We are in the end made up of the bonds we hold. It says.
Oh.
And from Lester, we have Fogmon, blue
Like,
version.
Only collect the blue ones.
Not
Only-
blue. From God of the Trash, got Cassius.
Dot, dot, dot.
Excellent.
Thank you.
And then
Appreciate that.
from Dually Star, we got
Oh, very nice.
Daltua.
Aw.
And then from the Volisar, we have the SS Azanap.
The SS Fuck Cassius was decommissioned for being too effective in the war.
Yeah.
Me having like an actual like mental lapse trying to figure out what the fuck was going on. Like what?
So how'd you like the vibes of an extra 2 floors being added to your home?
Yeah, that was fun.
That was fucking wild. There were just 2 floors there I didn't know about.
I'm exploring new realms and uncomfortable.
Yeah. And then from Lester 2020, we got Beretta.
Ooh.
Oh, hell
Very
yeah.
cool.
And then also
Redesigned.
from Nervous Dragon, we have Mr. Eyes Faded Out.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, hell yeah. Everyone's favorite character.
And
Yes.
then we have Delilah
Oh.
from Totally Star.
Oh. Lovely, thank you.
And then from Volisar, we have Cassius and Noctua.
Yo, Roma, good work on that scene, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, I can bring this all home in the end. Thank you.
And then from Ultra Perstinct,
I require those clues, Phoenix. Please, I swear, I've given you all that I have.
Oh, you even did the blurred mascara. Beautiful.
Oh.
and then Volisar.
Oh,
He was devastated.
He's dying. That man's gonna die.
Phoenix.
From South Cross,
Partner.
Oh.
I am Daltua.
G.I. Joe.
That's
That's so cute.
Contains Slug's soul.
Contains Slug's soul. That's great.
Volisar.
Investigative Cassius.
Yep. Investigation mode activate.
Tasmanian Devil, I believe that was.
Or Border.
Your burger.
Oh.
Breaks all the stones at once.
Congratulations on
Almost
your
Powerful.
From Volisar, the Gallop.
You guys got fucked up.
I love
Yeah,
cats.
I did.
They're so
Classic key to our victory.
Classic.
Woo!
From Tiny Electric Gremlin, we have an Arch.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Aw.
From Volisar, we have Genjiro doing the Fortnite dance.
Of course.
Of course he fucking
Genjiro
would.
scares the shit out of me.
You
Why?
mean,
How are we similar? How do we fall in the
you
same
mean Fate's
category?
eternal rival?
Yeah,
Fate's
my,
eternal
my
rival.
new best friend.
Your new best friend, Genjiro?
You don't understand, Cassius. You and Genjiro are but brothers, you see.
Yeah.
No.
You thought the tide were your
No, Carl.
brothers.
I would not have expected you to be the one with Majima. That's pretty
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah. Me either. I'm excited.
Yeah, don't worry.
Fate
You
just
just evolved his
opted
gift.
into the Majima plan.
And from Volisar.
Yeah.
Cassius just standing there as Delilah
Fuck yeah.
That's
like
so
pusses him out.
That scene was so good, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I want like rising horror movie Sting music, and I'm like, where the fuck are you? Looking through my jukebox, I'm like, but it's too late.
Yep, and she heard sorry way too many times that morning.
And unfortunately,
she
it was
had a-
Cassius who got the final one.
No, that's
She
perfect.
had a bad
Cassie's
morning.
Honestly,
huge.
probably for the best. He was kind of out of it. He was
Then
just like,
from-
oh, okay.
Miraculous Lazuli, we have a feed.
Ah, Fate
Yeah.
Kitty!
Kitty!
He's so cute.
Cut.
From Devotedly Star.
Oh no, a compliment, I'm turning to dust. I am dying.
Oh.
From God the Trash.
Oh,
That's this session.
Okay.
Oh.
And from Chad.
Jay tuned in for 2 seconds and there's a baby.
And then from G.I. Joe.
Yo!
Fuck, that's cool.
That's great.
That's really cool.
Oh,
Thank you so
whoa.
much.
Yeah.
That's
Fancy.
cool.
Okay. And from Chad.
Future people are crying, I'm just vibing.
Stop crying, you stupid buckethead.
She's
Fucking helmet head dork.
And from South Frost. Big,
Holy crap.
big crazy ass teeth.
Indigo.
Got them twofers.
You're here to beat your ass,
Spaceman
Gunjiro.
Sam.
Big teeth game
Oh!
this episode.
Ooh.
Someone's
with the
take
two
on
blue eyes.
Passius. If you guys want to see Passius reps, you should check out my Patreon.
Red
Boom.
hair,
Because
blue
his design
eyes,
is just on there.
dragon.
Oh,
Bucket
Mustard.
head!
Aw.
Helmet head dingus!
She's so cute.
Little donut.
This is from Chad. Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's so lovely.
Wow.
Lovely. Thank you very. That's so stylish.
Oh.
Yeah.
Diana's just so pretty.
Chad, buddy.
Oh, that's good.
That's the mood.
Yeah.
That's real good.
Oh.
Okay, well, that's the entire GIF, I think. Yep. Hold on.
Oh my god, what? Oh my god.
Ever.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I fucking love the scrambled egg ass crying eyes.
Really quick refresh to see if there's anything new.
I've never betrayed
Oh my life.
anyone in my life. Okay, I believe we are good. So
Looks like it's it.
So, yeah.
that is the first and final like entire city session 0. We're going to be doing a Bijou one coming next, and probably a session 0 for like future characters. Like I'd love to take a look at like a Delilah session 0 or a Fade session 0 in the future once we're like, yeah, no, I know what I want to give you now that you've moved forward a little bit, because I think they're pretty damn important, and I got a really good grasp of your characters after this session. I'm feeling really good about this.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
What about Sonder, though? What about Sonder?
What about Sonder?
What about Sonder?
What about Sonder?
Holy shit. Okay. Well, thank you everybody for coming out. Thank you for staying out late. And yeah, I hope you all have a fantastic evening.
Thank you all so much for watching. Good night.
Good
Toodles.
night.
Aloha for
Yeah.
links as always.